Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia merupakan salah satu program studi yang ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta. Program studi ini telah ada sejak 1 September 1963. Pada awalnya, program studi ini bernama Pendidikan Bahasa Sastra Indonesia dan Daerah. Kemudian terjadi perubahan nama menjadi Pendidikan Bahasa Sastra Indonesia, dan yang terakhir berubah nama menjadi Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia. Saat ini terhitung sejak tahun 2017, status program studi PBSI adalah akreditasi dengan kualifikasi A, dengan memadukan keunggulan akademik dan nilai-nilai humanistik yang dilandasi oleh nilai-nilai Kristiani yang universal dan cita-cita kemanusiaan. Program studi PBSI bertujuan menghasilkan lulusan yang mempunyai kemampuan profesional di bidang kependidikan bahasa dan non-kependidikan, khususnya jurnalistik dan pengajaran BIPA. Peluang pekerjaan bagi lulusan PBSI adalah menjadi guru bahasa dan sastra Indonesia di SMP, SMA, dan SMK. Selain itu, lulusan PBSI juga dapat menggeluti salah satu dari profesi berikut. 1. Menjadi pengajar atau instruktur bahasa dan sastra Indonesia bagi penutur asing atau BIPA. 2. Menjadi pengelola kursus BIPA. 3. Menjadi perancang program pembelajaran bahasa Indonesia untuk tujuan khusus di perusahaan dan lembaga pendidikan. 4. Menjadi penulis buku teks bahasa Indonesia. 5. Menjadi editor penerbit wartawan atau jurnalis media cetak dan elektronik, praktik lapangan serta magang bagi mahasiswa penyegaran dan peningkatan kualitas SDM bagi lembaga pendidikan maupun perusahaan. Nilai-nilai yang dihidupi program studi PBSI diantaranya: 1. Daya juang, 2. Tanggung jawab, 3. Kedisiplinan, 4. Kerjasama, 5. Toleransi, 6. Kejujuran. Berikut kegiatan program studi PBSI, di antara lain: yang pertama, kegiatan keolahragaan yaitu Pekan Olahraga Prodi atau yang disebut PBSI Cup. Yang kedua, kegiatan kesenian yaitu Malam Kesenian PBSI. Yang ketiga, kegiatan keilmiahan seperti seminar mahasiswa. Yang keempat, kegiatan sosial seperti bakti sosial masyarakat. Yang kelima, misa perayaan Disnatalis PBSI. Yang keenam, kegiatan bulan bahasa yaitu Pekan Bahasa dan Sastra. Yang ketujuh, kegiatan malam puncak Disnatalis PBSI. Dan yang kedelapan, pemilu TPS atau PBSI bersuara.
Saya memilih MPBI karena rekomendasi dari dosen saya di UKSW. Menurut dosen saya, MPBI mempunyai mutu pendidikan yang baik. Selama saya berkuliah di sini, saya bisa mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang baik bersama dengan teman-teman yang berasal dari berbagai macam daerah. Selain itu, dosen di MPBI sangat suportif dalam membimbing saya dalam perkuliahan. Selain saya mendapatkan ilmu, saya juga mempunyai banyak teman yang bisa memotivasi saya dalam belajar.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Adit. Jadi untuk alasan mengapa melanjutkan S2, sebenarnya ini berdasarkan pengalaman masa lalu. Jadi saya sudah mengajar di beberapa tempat, mengajar bahasa Inggris. Lalu di situ saya merasa bahwa kemampuan saya untuk mengajar masih kurang ya. Jadi saya memilih untuk ini sebaiknya saya melanjutkan kuliah lagi S2 ya, agar lebih merasa pede ketika saya mengajar atau mungkin di pekerjaan-pekerjaan saya selanjutnya. Kemudian untuk alasan mengambil MPPI, sebenarnya dulu sempat mengambil S2 juga di tempat lain, tapi ini waktu itu saya merasa kurang tepat pilihannya, karena jurusannya yang saya ambil pun saya merasa juga mata kuliahnya juga sedikit kurang berkaitan dengan yang saya inginkan. Lalu ada teman merekomendasikan saya untuk melanjutkan di MPPI, dan ternyata mata kuliah yang ada di MPPI itu sangat relevan untuk keperluan saya menjadi pengajar di masa depan. Jadi pengalaman belajar di MPPI itu lebih ke ini sih, saya merasa lingkungannya itu sangat positif. Jadi baik dari dosen maupun dari mahasiswa, dari teman-temannya itu sangat mendukung, sangat mensupport satu sama lain. Jadi ya kita sama-sama bekerja keras di sini, dan kita juga sama-sama membantu juga satu sama lain agar kita bisa menyelesaikan studi di MPPI dengan baik, seperti itu.
Nama saya
lebih dari sekedar sebuah perguruan tinggi, tetapi merupakan sebuah ekosistem pendidikan yang disiapkan dan dilengkapi berbagai fasilitas dan tata kelola yang baik, yang memungkinkan segenap generasi muda untuk menikmati kegembiraan, kepercayaan diri, serta pertumbuhan yang optimal. Selamat datang di Universitas Sanata Dharma, Yogyakarta.
Wondrous civilization. Disposed to tranquility. With scenic landscapes bordered by the sea. Here, mythologies become principle. And religions create the cornerstones of life. It is contained in the arts and crafts, where celestial ceremonies become part of popular culture. Legacies of glorious traditions, where folk tales are regarded as guidebooks to perfection, honed over centuries, yet possible to experience within a few hours. Experiences you can take home. Here, art preservation is a tourist attraction. History is a living monument. Even shopping is meaningful. See world-famous resorts compete with local means of accommodation. Enjoy natural kindness. Or the excitement of exploring nature. With endless stories to tell and never-ending feasts. Never-ending possibilities to get more out of life and journeys. Yogyakarta. Wonderful.
half asleep, holding on to me. My bed where you left me tangled up, now it's new in your shirt that you gave me. Half asleep, wishing I still had you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, respected keynote speakers, presenters, and participants, and everyone else who are joining us from Zoom and YouTube. Greetings from Sanata Dharma University, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Welcome back to the second day of the 7th International Language and Language Teaching Conference with the theme Language Learning in the New Era. Thank you for joining us again today. I hope everyone is up and ready to follow the activities in the second day of the conference. Before we begin, let us ask for God's grace and blessing so that the second day of the conference will run smoothly. Ibu Veronica Triprihatmini, M.A. will lead the prayer.
Everyone, let us take a moment of silence to prepare ourselves for the prayer. I will lead the prayer in Catholic way. For those who do not believe Catholic religion may support in your own way. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Loving God, we come to you in gratitude this very good morning. You have showered us with so much blessings, and your presence reminds us of your faithfulness and guidance. Thank you for allowing us today to meet and share our knowledge and time with one another in this occasion. We offer everything to you during the second day of this seminar. May you shower our speakers with your greatest inspiration so that they may share the most of their knowledge, heart, and soul to their respective topics. Bless the participants as well so that they would be able to gather the vigorous information from this activity, absorbing the invaluable knowledge experiences and put it into practice, what they may learn today. We pray that you bless us all, the committees in charge, so that we may be able to fulfill our tasks responsibly, that the objectives we have set may all be achieved. May you bestow your blessings to all of us after this seminar, so that we live and spread what we learned in the spirit of your love and generosity. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Putri Prihadmini. Presenters and participants, we will provide the exit ticket for day 2 right after the 6th keynote speech. The link will be available around 3:30 in the afternoon in the Zoom chat room. This exit ticket will be your attendance list for the second day of the conference. Please note that you will be eligible to receive the e-certificate in the next 10 to 15 working days, only if you have submitted the exit ticket for day 1, day 2, and have registered your email at the LLTC website. Should you have any questions, you may contact our help desk in the Zoom chat room. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the second day of the conference with a one-hour keynote speech will be delivered by Ibu Professor Dr. Novita Dewi from the English Language Studies Graduate Program. She will be accompanied with Bapak Paulus Sarwoto, Ph.D., and he will become the moderator for this keynote session. Good morning, Pak Sarwoto. Good morning, Ibu Novi. For participants, you can post your questions in the Zoom chat room if you are joining from Zoom, or in the YouTube comment box if you are joining us from YouTube. The Zoom chat room will be closed temporarily, and it will be opened 15 minutes before the presentation ends. Bapak Paulus Sarwoto, Ph.D., the time is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Mita, for the occasion. Dear LLTC participants and presenters, both via Zoom and YouTube, in the second day of the conference, it's an honor for me to be the moderator for the first session this morning. What is more is that I'm moderating a freshly minted professor of Universitas Sanata Dharma, Professor Novita Dewi, who is delivering her keynote speech titled, "Lest We Forget, in Humanity Threats in Teaching in the New Era." Questions to Professor Novita Dewi might be addressed during her presentation, but as Bumita mentioned earlier, it will be open just 15 minutes before the end of the session. I will read the question during the Q&A session, and it would be better if you also type your name and your institution before typing your question. Before handling the forum to Professor Novita Dewi's presentation, allow me to read her short bio. Professor Novita Dewi teaches at Sanata Dharma University, Indonesia, and her home base is the graduate program in English Language Studies, or KPI as it is known in Indonesian. Among her research grants earned are Asia Awards in 2007, ASF Collaborative Grant in 2009, Loyola University of Chicago International Research Project in 2012, Erasmus Mundus Staff Mobility Award in 2013, and several Indonesian government grants consecutively 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2019. She publishes internationally while contributing to several nationally accredited journals. Her research interests include postcolonial literature, popular literature, and language education. To mention some of her latest publications, I will just mention 3. The first is a study of Pagu proverbs, saving an endangered language of North Halmahera, as co-writer with Dr. Dalan Parangenangin, published in Indonesian Journal of Applied Linguistics. And secondly, Cognition, Conscience, and Creativity, multimedia-based literature teaching for pre-service teachers in Indonesia, 2019, published in 3L, Language Linguistics Literature in Malaysia. And the third is Eco-Humanism in Teaching Poetry for EFL students in Indonesia, published in Gema Online. Professor Novita Dewi has also been awarded the year's most productive journal article writer by Universitas Sanata Dharma for numerous times. Without further ado, please welcome Professor Novita Dewi.
Thank you very much, Pak Saboto, for the fine introduction. Good morning to you all, and to all of you joining from different time, on whatever time of the day and whatever digital platform you are using. Welcome back to the second day of the 7th Language and Language Teaching Conference 2020. Welcome to Sanata Dharma, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Today is the second day of the conference, and yesterday we had heard a lot of insightful, useful, and inspiring keynote speeches and also parallel session speakers delivering their talk, their insights, and also their care to cope with this pandemic. And the second day, we are going to do the same thing, but maybe slightly different. Being the last day, we should be able to enjoy more, and we should be relaxed a little bit if the committee permits me to do so. Therefore, we are not going to do something difficult, but just easy and relaxed. Today is the last day of October. That means that the end of 2020 is just around the corner. How time flies. And we've been living in such a difficult time. And yet the question is whether we can cope with this, whether we can survive or survive for the better or survive in worse condition. This year is really the year of teaching dangerously. Why is it so? Because over than 60 million students in Indonesia, for instance, are forced to do their online class from home. And that causes difficulties, not only on the part of the students, but also the lecturers, teachers across the nation. And I believe that happened also in all parts of the world. The thing is, we have to prepare for the worst. Although from time to time, whenever there comes crisis, then we come up with something better. So today I'm not going to talk about the beautiful things, but perhaps something that might be your food of thought, lest we forget that there is something forgotten amidst this process, that is the humanity. Therefore, I will begin with the situation, how the world is now very much troubled. And then we go on with the bright and dark sides of things. I only need to point out some points because all discussion have been done yesterday and there will be more today. Therefore, only salient points I shall deliver for today. And then I will move on to the possible ways to make the teaching in this dangerous time more manageable. and then I shall close and hoping that we can come out of the woods, not with worse condition, but better condition. Therefore I say, we shall triumph in victory. There have been works and copious journal articles talking about how to cope with online teaching, how to deliver teaching effectively during these pandemic times. And I only cite one of them done by my much younger and smarter colleague, Ms. Truly Almendo Pasaribu. She looked at 260 expression done by her students in her class through journal reflection written by the students concerning online class. Surprisingly, using appraisal framework to look at the linguistic evidence of the expression that the students are using, we found out that there are three important points, three important findings that surprisingly make us happier. It looks like there is hope here amidst the clouds, amidst the dark horizon. The first is a social engagement. The students believe that learning from home make them closer with their family members. They used to stay outside the house from time to time, and now with that transition, they can stay home with the family and become closer to their siblings and even to their friends. Even if they are separated by distance, they can still communicate one to another. It is true then, absence makes heart grow fonder. So that is true with the students. And secondly, because they can't see their lecturers, they can't meet their friends, they have to learn by themselves. And that produces autonomy. They become very efficient in managing themselves. So they become more and more fluent in, for instance, making use of gadget. So enhancement of ICT skills is obvious here. And thirdly is digital compassion. The students we are teaching are all the generation who is born with gadget at the tip of their fingers. Therefore, they are not as difficult as the older generation like myself when dealing with things with technology. Therefore, they show the empathy that the teacher, old teacher like myself, find difficulties and making effort to still engage with them. Therefore, they are compassionate. They are helping us out instead of the other way around. It is not the lecturers who help the students, but it is the students who help to assist the lecturers should we have any problem using technology, especially to the older teachers. And these are all among the beautiful sunny side of the situation whereby this sudden transition from the offline learning or blended learning for that matter into a full-fledged online learning. Therefore, there is no difficulties whatsoever that is so seriously needed treatment, so to speak. They are coping with this comfortably. And I shall also share another finding. If you have time, please take a look at the presentation done yesterday. And one of them is from my other colleague, Ibu Heni Herawati, Ph.D. She asked her students in her creative writing class to write poems. And again, surprisingly, she comes across beautiful poem written by the students. The students express their anxiety, their fear, and also their hopes that the pandemic is over soon. They also talked about the places that they miss very much. The churches, the mosques, any places that when they usually worship every week are closed and they have to stay home. These are all expressed in the poems. Some of them wish that by relying slowly to God, then everything will be just fine. Well, Plato once said that at the heart or at the face of a lover, then a poet is born. And we shall say to this saying by Plato that at the face of a crisis for instance, more beautiful, more expressionist poets are also born. So here the students take advantage of the situation, not to be miserable, but takes the opportunity to reflect on the situation and try to find a better way to cope with this problem. So these are the good stories. I have to apologize, however, that everything doesn't seem to be all colorful and pink and lovely, because there are issues that we need to also deal with. That is the massive use of technology without discernment. Well, of course, everything runs smoothly because of the help of technology, thanks to technology. I'm neither a technophilia or technophobia, but I call for an attention about the use of technology. Indeed, during these online classes, technology and gadget is the rock star of the day, and yet we have to treat it with caution. Well, these are some of the threats, some of the possible hurdles. Should we rely too much on technology and think that everything will run smoothly without paying attention the downside of the massive use of technology without discernment that I spoke about earlier? Number one is indeed inequality. Well, it is true that the higher education, like Sanata Dharma University, for instance, thank God, managed to cope with this. The students are well connected, and it looks like everything is all right for us. But just imagine those people who have no access to even electricity and gadgets. Then this is a problem. Here, it looks like there is inequity in every progress that we make here. But this is the reality that we have to face. We shall not flee, we shall not run away with it, but we have to do it, we have to face it with caution. This inequality also breeds another problem, that is overindulgence. What I mean by overindulgence is the fact that many students are out of control or supervision from their teachers, and they feel that every day is a holiday. If that happens, then they will be happy to simply join the Zoom meeting or send the homework via chat or via text message, and so long as the assignment is done, that's all. The process of learning, we don't know. Well, the other day, Ibu Veniranda talked about her effort to reach out her students living outside Java, in Sumba, in Lombok, in all places around Indonesia, how she deals with 60 students in her speaking class, how she deals with them one by one, making sure that they pronounce the word present and present correctly. Then you can imagine how time-consuming it is. And instant gratification is real, where students feel that they know something, but in fact, underneath there are problems that they still have to deal with, that problem that they still have to cope with because of the lack of supervision. So this is the autopilot learning. And then with the lack of access to internet connection and also the lack of supervision, it is but a spark plug. It's really dangerous. It will burst at any time. No learning, no activity, no access, holiday all the year around. And for me, it is a sign of danger. Lack of discipline is real. And another issue is that historically uprooted. I will explain more about this later, but briefly, it is the idea that many young generation today are simply detached from the previous experience that can be useful as guidance. They forget about history, they forget about local culture or local values, that these people, because of the ample of time they have during this online schooling, then it is very easy that they are made use by people who know history for their own manipulation. And that is again another fuse ready to burst that we have to think about. I look like very pessimistic about this, but for me, I'm really grieving about the third hurdle, the third threat, that is cold-heartedness. I understand that not everyone can cope with this safely. This pandemic creates anxieties and also the numerous socio-economic problems, not to say nothing of the low performance of the students. But then teachers cannot do anything. Everyone is doing the same thing, the students are not learning, and one single teacher cannot cope with the difficulties in managing all students. It takes a lot of passions and also energy and also willingness to sacrifice. But if that is not available, then people become very ignorant, that people just don't care. People ignore that, well, I also have my own problem. My wife, my husband, my parents, my siblings, they are all facing economic problems. How can I take care of my own students, for instance? Then you become very cold. You become very unsympathetic. So to me, it is a sign of problem that we need to deal with sooner or later. But luckily, we still find hopes. Here, I would like to bring your attention to the latest encyclical letter that Pope Francis released in early October this year. That is actually the continuation of the previous two encyclical letters. That one is Fratelli Tutti. That is the fraternity, the social friendship among people, brothers and sisters all. Yeah. Here, some people call it is a diagnosis of social ills. So the Pope begins with the idea that our culture is really in trouble. Our culture is sick. We have inequity, xenophobia, corruption, hoaxes running wild, manipulation, you name it, all the sins of the world. And people become very ignorant to one another. People are thinking about their own situation. This pandemic is so severe that people tend to wrap up their own problem and have no time to think of other people, much less to help them. But there is a hope. That is the parable of the Good Samaritan. That is the beautiful part of the gospel that talk about care for others, care for people who are different from us. It is easy to care to our own children, to care for our own community, to care for our own people. But for the stranger, it is hard. It is easier to talk about, but to perform, well, it can't be done overnight. It's really very good to start with small things that we can recognize the need of people who are different from us. Remember that part of the failure or part of the reason why the pandemic is not yet over very soon is people fail to work together. Collaboration is none. People do not collaborate sufficiently. So they start thinking about people with their own race, their own religion, their own ethnicity, and they forget to people, to the bystander, to the people who is marginalized. And then when we become bystanders, people only watching, like the priest who just passed by the person who is robbed and then left on the other side of the street, and we just pass by that person and don't help, then of course it will be much longer that we have to wait for the pandemic to disappear. So we need to care for others. And also that the accumulation of wealth is also another illness in society. So the rich people getting richer, and then the poor people getting poorer. Goods are actually meant to be divided equally so that the marginalized can also get the share. Job creation, for instance, it is not only for speculation, but rather it is for the well-being of all. But now what is important is me and me and me only and my family. So here again, insensitivity and egotism become the enemy. That is the devil inside everyone's when it comes to wealth and property. And next is the local flavor with universal worldview. That is the idea of paying attention to our identity. Well, we thank Dr. Sayers in the keynote speech on day one of the conference, talking about the recognition of culture. Dr. Sayers proposes 3 ways of dealing with language teaching. Of course, he is using North American context, but we can always learn from the good practice. Dr. Sayers talked about cultural sensitivity that need to be attended to, talking about translanguaging, talking about also the intercultural encounter. And this is really very good. Cultural based pedagogy. Well, if everyone wants to only learn about American English and British English, then, well, what's the use of learning language in countries that, whereby English is not the first language, for instance? So everyone is then invested with this kind of globalism, the blind globalization, but forget about local needs and local values. And then the cure of the world right now that is flawed and ill, that is dejected, that is bitter, is a culture of encounter. We have to meet with people who are different from us. This is the picture, is the great embrace of the century where Pope Francis hugged lovely with the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar Mosque, Tayyip, Imam Tayyip. And this is a sign of hope, really, that we have to cooperate. Religion is not used for our own purpose of accumulating wealth, for instance. We are, here, Fratelli Tutti is calling for better politics. It is not economically driven politics, nor, likewise, politically driven economy. If that happens, the doom is soon, the world is soon to doom. Well, I blabber too much about this, so what does it have to do with language teaching? You must be impatient by now. But let's see. So, we have to live in harmony between human and nature and all creation. So in fact, we are combining here the two encyclical from Pope Francis, that is the newest one, the Fratelli Tutti and the Laudato Si. That is the care for the environment, the care for the common home. And then, together, we are then basing our teaching, our pedagogy in eco-humanism, culture of sustainability, because the purpose is the global common good. Here, lest we forget that our involvement, our fascination, our penchant with technology should be then balanced by humanity. I'm not anti-technology. Indeed, I'm able to talk about this to all of you, to address you, and to cope with the pandemic, with the virus that even you and me cannot see, thanks to technology to help us identify cures and also possible way to recuperate from this pandemic. But still, inhuman use of technology will be disastrous. So our teaching should therefore be based on the encounter of human and nature, the encounter of brotherhood, sisterhood, social friendship. The goal is global common good. With that, then I come to the next part of my talk, that is what values we need in order to conduct our teaching. We don't know where online learning will end. We don't know whether next year we will come back to blended learning or we will continue doing online classes regardless of the situation next year or end of the year at least. Then we should at least have some arsenals, yeah. And one is critical thinking. We talk about ethical reasoning, interpersonal connectivity, and compassion. These are all actually based on the document that I mentioned earlier, the Fratelli Tutti, a very small fraction of that only. And in this forum, I asked those who are much, much more knowledgeable about the encyclical to enlighten me. Because for me, this is the document that talks a lot about humanity. Therefore, I use that to base my discussion for today. For critical thinking, I think everyone here is very familiar with that because that is the core of language teaching. And then when it comes to critical thinking, everyone will mention Bloom, the renewed Bloom taxonomy. Yeah? This is there. And there are many literature in the field that you can cite. There are many. And I find at least all these, the one that I mentioned here, are useful. Integration of reading and creative writing that is also done by our very own lecturer, Ibu Heni. Yeah? And student-centered approach that is partly a good practice done by Ibu Feni, yeah? Whereby she make effort to address, to really ensure that the students are doing correct, are showing or performing very well in pronunciation, for instance, so they can speak good English, student-centered approach based on what they need. And of course, many other strategies and good practices. And then again, I suggest that you look at the presentation from the parallel session. They are all very good and very creative, and that gives us some hope that we can face the teaching problem in a more manageable way. And it looks like authentic, student-centered, culture-based, that is Dr. Peter Sayers talk about. And also all the examples given also by the third keynote speaker, Dr. Neema B, also, yeah, we can put that into practice. Any effort to make students self-directed, to do the self-directed learning, to become more autonomous. Well, as someone who likes books, then it is really good news that one way to boost critical thinking is through reading literature, fictions. It's a good way. Yeah? So books don't need batteries. Ethical reasoning is very much part of our attention to nature, how we treat nature, how we think of sustainability. And the attention to local culture help us indeed in this situation. Like now we hear plastic is everywhere, yeah? Local people don't use plastic that much, but now, because it is more efficient than we use massive use of plastic, for instance. It's a throwaway culture. Indeed, the throwaway culture is worsened because it is a throwaway of people. That is the heart of Fratelli Tutti. Yeah? In Laudato Si, we talk about the danger of consumerism and culture of waste. And even worse, we now reject people. That is even inhuman and dangerous. So we would like to know what kind of graduate, what kind of students we would like our students to be, yeah? What kind of person they become. And I think that one is very important, that we pay attention to equality, that we ask them to care for the environment, and we also ask the students to respect pluralism, that we are different, and yet amidst the difference we can still collaborate. The difference should not separate us, but should enrich us. This is the type of learning that we can use for the students. The practice, ask experts to do so. These only the values that I would like to remind you to think about. Next is interpersonal connectivity. And this is something that is hard to do, and yet it is also easy to do depending on the way you see it, with technology, of course. Yeah. Thanks to technology that we can connect our students. And indeed, this conference is made possible because our students, Sanata Dharma University students, are right now helping us out with their knowledge of technology. They help us to make sure that the conference runs smoothly thanks to technology. But again, it has to be used with caution, lest we forget the inhuman side of technology. I look at the, talking about interpersonal connectivity, there are actually three problems: internal, external, and interpersonal. Internal problem can be in the form of lack of motivation, laziness, yeah. External will be poor connection, all these things that all experts discuss. And interpersonal is the lack of encounter, the lack of saying hello to the students, for instance. Well, in the beginning, Zoom meeting is good, but after sometimes, after 3 months, it's becoming very tiring. All teachers like myself would like to make sure that the students learn, listen, and live. But that cannot happen sometimes because they switch off their camera, and for reason that the connection is bad, so they we would like to see them, but sometimes problem occur so that we cannot encounter, we cannot do the connection rightly. And this is the best I can do, is to be friendly with them, to give feedback and to respond fast. It doesn't always work very well, but I make some effort to do that. And for me, I know that time is running out, but for me, this is the gist of my talk, that is compassion. We need to work together, to share, to show that we care, and that is the heart of learning. And here is, this is from the Jakarta Post. I look at the survey done by Smeru Research that this teacher, Bapak Henrico Surato, take the extra mile to help students to visit their home to learn because they don't have internet connection. That is an example of compassion. Yeah? He goes all the way using his old motorcycle to teach them. And this is a sign of hope. Well, with that, I shall end with this. In fact, I would like to show the quote, but hang on, can I? Well, that's, the quote says that it is not technology that make a better learning, but teachers. That is the quote from Bill Gates. Later you can get the, no, I do like that quote. What is it? That I can share the last quote, Bhumita? I'd like to go to the last quote, in fact. That sort of a conclusion of my talk. Therefore, let's see, please bear with me. What? Just share? What? That's okay. That is the, yeah, I will read it for you. Technology is just a tool in terms of getting the kids working together and motivating them. The teacher is the most important. That is from Bill Gates, the guru of all when it comes to technology. That's all. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Salvatore.
Thank you, Professor Novita, for the very eco-humanist presentation. And now we come to Q&A session, question and answer session. And we've already had a question here from the chat box in the Zoom. And then I will read it to all of you, and later on Professor Novi will respond to the question. The question is from Ms. Antonina Suryantari, PPB UKDW. Yeah. She asked, how do you cope with students who are left behind due to lack of motivation, family problems, and mental problems? Yeah. Very good questions indeed. And Professor Novi, could you please address this question? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Sarwoto. Ibu Antonina, thank you very much for the question. Well, I'm not an expert to answer that question really when it comes to asking students to get more motivated, but I will try. I think if we show our care, our compassion to these left behind students, there are several means to do so. Address them, say hello to them, help them out. I think that will be one of the little way we can do. We cannot solve problem. We cannot solve the whole problem. Don't pretend that we are a problem solver. But by paying attention, for me, by showing that we care, I think the student will feel that they are addressed, and hopefully, Bu Antonia, the students will feel that okay, I'm not alone. I will come out of this difficulty, come out of the wood with triumph. So that's my short answer, and yes, just show that we care, Ibu. And the second question, yeah, Pak Sarwoto.
You mean the next question or still the same question?
No, I show in a chat room here.
Okay.
Bapak Rambet.
Oh yeah. For the next question is from Pak RDP Rambet from the farthest east of Indonesia, from Universitas Cendrawasih. Yeah. So the question is, Professor Novi, what would be immediate solutions to the marginal students, particularly in improving their English through such engagements? Probably it's based on the fact that some of our students are not privileged enough to have this technology, internet connection, gadgets, and so on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Sarwoto. Precisely because the lack of access. Although the Ministry of Education gives some social subsidy by giving some phone credit and internet packages to students, that I think is a help. It's a great help for the students, but to reach out all parts of Indonesia is not so easy, and I think the only way is for Pak Rambet to contact the principals of the school and then see how they can make use of the funding to help the students, and ask the teacher to individually connect with the students, and doing like what Pak Hendrik, Pak Surono that I showed in the slides before, the teacher of Canisius, who go all the way to take the effort to visit students one by one. I think that is the only way to do so, because, well, Pak Sarwoto also mentioned that not all parts of Indonesia are facilitated enough with internet connection. So that is a question of inequity that we need to address. Yeah. And in fact, higher education, like university lecturers, are called for to address this problem. But it is easy to say, but difficult to do, of course.
Yeah. All right. And then we have still more questions coming, Novi. And this one is from Bulaksmi from UST Jogja. Yeah. The question is how to deal with overindulgence while still preserving compassion. So how to balance that?
Overindulgence. I said that it is really a very dangerous time bomb, yeah. Overindulgence and also indifference and lack of access, yeah. Many students prefer not to go to school at all because no money to buy the phone credits, no gadget, right? But the good thing, there are people who are compassionate. That is, they give away their smartphone, the old smartphone, but still functioning to them. And this is really a kind gesture, yeah, a kind gesture, giving out the cell phone to help. But with the indifferent students, more extra effort should be done, yeah, to cure their problem, their inner problem, their psychosocial problem first, probably, yeah. It's not so easy, yeah. And there is also a question from Christian Wijaya here, for instance, yeah. How do we as teachers inculcate compassionate spirit for our indifferent students? Don't stop caring, Christian, I think. I know that when we become bystanders, we become like the two priests who leave the people getting robbed by this, by the side of the road. So practice good Samaritan. They are indifferent. Maybe we will get rejection from this indifferent student, but don't give up. They need help. They are precisely, it is this indifferent student who precisely needs our great help. I know it's hard to do, but with the grace of compassion from God, I think you can. Christian, are you teaching elementary school students whereby you meet such indifferent students? Then, well, that is one way to address them, to become more patient and to care for them, because they are the person who need your help most.
Yes, all right. But those indifferent students are not only from elementary, I think even in university level, when we have Zoom, for example.
In Zoom,
the Zoom is on, but probably the student is somewhere else. And
yeah, I was told that it is faster when they switch the camera off, because I don't know technology, I'm not tech savvy. I said, oh, that's okay then, my dear students, turn that off. And then, but usually I ask them to take photos by the end of a class.
Right.
But knowing that sometimes the students are leaving the Zoom, but he's not, virtually is there, but physically he is somewhere else, for instance, then the photo session is taken at any time I want, so that they get very. And then usually my WA is flooded with excuse like, Miss, I was there, Miss, but the connection is poor. All these things.
Yes.
Well, yes, that's the problem.
Right. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Bu Novi, for the response to Mas Christian Wijaya, and also to the previous question from Bu Laksmi from UST. Yeah, right. We still have more questions. This one is from Ibu Widi Astuti from Stikes Tarakanita. Yeah. So, Professor Dewi, do you have any suggestion on how to maintain students' discipline in attending online class and submitting work? Yeah.
Well, Bu Widi, this is also my problem, but I ensure them that they submit their work. If they submit their work, then I suppose I consider that they are learning from the session. So submission of work on time, I give time limit for that. Even if they are not present online, then if they submit their work, it's okay. But most of the time, I find that the students really want to be present, because they will miss the information that we deliver during the class session. So they will come anyhow. So, but giving them class exercise, I usually have two types of exercise: class exercise and assignment to be done at home, and then the exercise that to be submitted on that class session in lieu of the attendance. So they will be there.
All right. So we have just probably 2 minutes left, and there's one question left.
Okay.
I think it's very important for me also. The question is, how can we stay compassionate while maintaining our sanity? You know, it's important, our sanity. This one is from Ibu Antonina Suryantari from UKDW. Yeah? I just realized that most of us teach too many students. Our number of students and the number of the students are too many for online learning. And then also because of this too much asynchronous feedback that we have to deal. So what is the recipe, Professor Novita?
Okay, of course during this COVID-19 pandemic, then it looks like everyone talk about those in the frontliners are doctors, nurses. Well, of course they are very important. Indeed, without them, well, there will be more and more victims. But I think teacher is also in the the very frontliner. It is teacher who should then exert their compassion. If teachers feel indifferent also, if our insanity get the better of me, the better of us teachers, then who will? Yeah. If teachers do not care of the students, then who will? And I think we are entrusted with that task to help them out, to show our care, because we can't rely on their parents, because their parents might have problem of their own. If we have the willingness, the commitment to help them, that is because that is our calling, right? Then I think our insanity will die soon. We will come, we can survive, we will survive better, not worse.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much, Professor Novita, for the presentation as well as responses to the questions. And also thank you for the participants for the questions and engagement. We come now to the very end of our session, so we need then to stay eco-humanist. We need to stay compassionate, but we also need to stay sane. With that, then I return the floor to Bumita. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Pak Sarwoto. Thank you, Ibu Dewi. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big virtual applause to our keynote speaker and also the moderator to make us sane. Okay, so today, now it's picture session, right? So how many times do we need to smile? 4 times? Okay, not bad. All right, so please wait for my cue. Are you ready? Okay, you may touch up with your makeup first before we have a photo session. All right. 1, 2, 3, smile. One, two, three, smile. 1, 2, 3, LLTC. 1, 2, 3, LLTC. Okay, thank you very much for your cooperation. Once again, thank you, Ibu Novi, and thank you, Pak Sarwoto. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the parallel sessions. We will have 2 parallel sessions. Parallel 3 will be done from 10:15 to 11:15, and then parallel 4 will be done at 11:30 until 12:30. You have 15 minutes to move from parallel 3 to parallel 4. After the 4th parallel session, we will have lunch break. After the lunch break, we will return to the Zoom main room to follow the 5th and 6th keynote speeches starting from 1:30 until 3:30. Kindly see your program book for further details. To ensure the smoothness of the parallel sessions, allow me to read some essential information. Please use a laptop or desktop, tablet, or smartphone with a microphone and a webcam. Please log into your Zoom application or Zoom webpage and make sure that you have a stable internet connection. For the parallel presentations, please rename your account using the format full name _ affiliation. I repeat, full name _ affiliation. To help keep background noise to a minimum, make sure you mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If you are disconnected accidentally in the middle of the presentation, please rejoin by clicking the Zoom link. If the power is out, please wait for around 5 minutes for us to continue the session. Enjoying the parallels presentation, first thing and foremost is that you need to download the schedule, because there will be the schedule, and it is available at the LLTC USD website and also in the program book. You need to click the link of the Zoom meeting for each parallel session, and the links are also provided in the schedule, in the program book, and also on the screen. In the schedule, you will see that there are several columns, and one of the columns will be about room 3, 4, and 5. And on the next part, on the right side of the column, you will see the title of the presentation. So you need to click the room link. On your screen, you already have the room links, main room, room 1 until room 8. So if you would like to go to room 5, then please click room 5. These links are also provided in the Zoom chat rooms and also in the YouTube comment box. Should you need the meeting ID or the passcode, you can see it on your screen, and this will also be provided in the Zoom chat room and also in the YouTube comment box. After this, please do not leave the meeting room, but go to the Zoom chat room and see the links and choose the preferred room. After you click the link of the room, the Zoom will direct you to join a new meeting. And after that, please click Leave and Join. Each room can receive up to 40 participants. So if the room is already full, you will receive a notification on your screen. Therefore, you need to go to other available rooms. If you have difficulties entering the chosen rooms, please return to the Zoom main room by clicking the main room link. The help desk people will assist you for the next steps. You can access yesterday's parallel sessions from our PBI USD YouTube channel. Go to the playlist section and you can choose which session you'd like to watch or download. Thank you and enjoy the fruitful discussions, and see you again at 1:30 in the afternoon in the Zoom main room.
Seadanya, Bu. Thank you. Membuat orang memikirkan insen. Tak kentir lah. Ini mah ini anak apa belum. Saya terima kasih Ibu. Ini sedikit asal ini LMS-nya down gitu kan. Ini kan jadi insen. You did well. Yang saya terima kasih sama Ibu. Yang masalah sensitivitas. Alah ya ampun, Bu. Biasa aku kayak mendengarkan siraman. Siraman ini alambel gedes.
Sunrise with you on my chest, no blinds in the place where I live. Daybreak, open your eyes, cause this was only ever meant to be for one night. Still, we're changing our minds here. Be yours, be mine, dear. So close with you on my lips. Touch noses, feeling your breath. Push your heart and pull away. Yeah, be my summer in a winter day, love. I can't see one thing wrong between the both of us. Be mine, yeah. Anytime, anytime. Ooh, you know I've been alone for quite a while, haven't I? I thought I knew it all. Found love, but I was wrong. More times than enough. But since you came along, I'm thinking, baby, you are bringing out a different kind of me. There's no safety net that's underneath. I'm free, falling all in you. Far from it, who, what, how they appear. Yeah. Trapped up on a tightrope. Couple years, yeah, growing up in the place that we live. Make love, then we fight. Laugh cause it was only meant to be for one night, baby. I guess we can't control what's just not up to us. Be mine, yeah. Anytime, anytime. Ooh, you know I've been alone for quite a while, haven't I? I thought I knew it all. Found love, but I was wrong. More times than enough. But since you came along, I'm thinking, baby, you are bringing out a different kind of me. There's no safety net that's underneath. I'm free, falling all in you. Far from it, who, what, how they appear. Trapped up on a tightrope, now we're here. We're free, falling all in you. Every time I see you, baby, I get lost. If I'm dreaming, baby, please don't wake me up. Every night I'm with you, I fall more in love. Now I'm laying by your side. Everything feels right. And since you came along, I'm thinking, baby, you, yeah, are bringing out a different kind of me, yeah. There's no safety net that's underneath. I'm free, falling all in you. Far from it, who, what, how they appear. Trapped up on a tightrope, now we're here. We're free, falling all in.
Yeah. Wagon is my DJ. Axel Arigato. Swagger with Don, that be my bravado. Hella drippy, someone give me a poncho. So that the venue 5,000 in the house though. Yeah, one soldier is the brand. You drink that damn bro, you my mans. Pop it one time, mama use no hands. My kingdom, I'm the greatest in the land. Getting my bottle of water, they looking thirsty. Some of these rappers acting funny, Eddie Murphy. I like that chocolate complexion like some Hershey's. Take me to your hotel, little mama, show no mercy. 주세요. 계속 기록 세워 적들한테 보란 듯이 성화 한번 매겨. 영국 한인 식당 부대찌개 살짝 매워. 팝업 가서 팬들 만난 다음에 한 수 배워. Translation, we eating good, living good, me and the squad. Killing shows, hitting O's, then we shoot a vlog. I tell you what I want, really want, living posh. Give me top skiing on your blouse.
Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been. Toast to the ones that today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories bring back your. There's a time that I remember when I did not know no pain. When I believed in forever, everything would stay the same. Now my heart feel like December when somebody say your name. Cause I can't reach out to call you, but I know I will one day. Yeah. Everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday. Yeah, yeah. But everything gon' be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, hey. Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories bring back your. Memories bring back your. There's a time that I remember when I never felt so lost. And I felt all of the hatred was too powerful to stop. Now my heart feel like an ember, and it's lighting up the dark. I'll carry these torches for you, and you know I'll never drop. Yeah. Everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday. Yeah, yeah. But everything gon' be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, hey. Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories bring back your. Memories bring back your. Memories bring back your. Memories bring back your.
What if I told you that I love you? Would you tell me that you love me back? What if I told you that I miss you? Would you tell me that you miss me back? What if I told you that I need you? Would you tell me that you need me? Yeah. If I tell you all my feelings, would you believe me? Yeah. What if I told you that I love you? Yeah. What if I told you that I love you? Yeah. What if I told you that I need you? Would you tell me that you need me too? What if I told you that I love you? Hey, when you told me that you love me, was I a fool to believe in you? When you told me I was special, was I dumb for trusting you? When you told me that you want me, did you really want me? Or was this all a joke to you? I don't wanna say I miss you if I don't know that you miss me back. I don't wanna say the wrong thing. If I do, there's no coming back. What if I told you that I need you? Would you tell me that you need me? Yeah. If I tell you all my feelings, would you believe me? Yeah. What if I told you that I love you? Yeah. What if I told you that I love you? I wish I told you that I loved you. Now it's too late, you have someone new. I hope he loves you like I do. Do you love the way he's treating you? What if I told you that I love you? Would you tell me that you love me back? If I told you that I miss you, would you tell me that you miss me back? What if I told you that I need you? Would you tell me that you need me? Yeah. If I tell you all my feelings, would you believe me? Yeah. What if I told you that I love you? Yeah. What if I told you that I love you? Yeah. What if I told you that I need you? Would you tell me that you need me too? What if I told you that I love you? What if I told you that I...
Hallelujah. Oh, glory to God this evening. I feel like going on. Lift your voices and sing with me this evening. Wherever you are, in your car, in your home, think about the words to this song. Whatever you may be going through in your life, don't give up on you. Trials are going to come. But I urge you to stay fast. Keep trusting in Jesus. He'll make a way. Hallelujah. I feel in my darkest hour, when it seems like knowing the world is resting just on my shoulders, I have to say to myself, though trials on every, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. In the world that we live in, so much confusion. Sometimes the easiest answer seems to be just to give up.
Indonesia aja.
Tell me you love me, but I heard it before. Staying out till the morning, I can hear the door. Tell me you're different, but you're just like the rest. I can smell all the whiskey and the smoke on your breath. I don't think you know this, but you're so predictable. Texting her behind my back and acting like I don't, but I already know. Oh, yeah, I already know this. 'Cause you've been talking in your sleep. Oh, and you've been messing around on me. I thought I told you once before. Oh, I guess you wasn't listening. And I'll wait till the morning. Might just say you're sleeping. Won't give you a warning. Just know that I'm leaving. 'Cause you've been talking in your sleep. Oh, and you've been messing around on me. You say that you want me, that you want me back. Wanna talk me sober, no, won't do that. Swear that you're different, but it's still like the rest. So wanna talk it over. No, I don't think you know this, but you're so predictable. Texting her behind my back and acting like I don't, but I already know. Yeah, I already know this. 'Cause you've been talking in your sleep. Oh, and you've been messing around on me. I thought I told you once before. Oh, I guess you wasn't listening. And I'll wait till the morning. Might just say you're sleeping. Won't give you a warning. Just know that I'm leaving. 'Cause you've been talking in your sleep. And you've been messing around on me. I don't think you know this, but you're so relatable. Texting girls behind my back and acting like you don't, but I already know. Oh, yeah, I already know. 'Cause you've been talking in your sleep. Oh, and you've been messing around on me. I thought I told you once before. Oh, I guess you wasn't listening. And I'll wait till the morning. Might just say you're sleeping. Won't give you a warning. Just know that I'm leaving. 'Cause you've been talking in your sleep. And
12:45 on a Tuesday. I don't really care what you say. I'm just getting off my face tonight. 'Cause I'm just trying to live till the weekend. I don't know how I'm supposed to breathe, man. Everything you say is playing on my mind. You don't know where I've been, and you don't know what I'm drinking. I need a moment to think about nothing at all. Oh baby, you gotta stop. I see that you're calling. I told you that I ain't picking up. I know that you wanna start, 'cause we got our problems. I love you but I just need tonight off. It's getting pretty deep in the AM, and I should go home but I'm staying. I'll be sleeping on the cold floor tonight. Oh, I hope you'll understand in the morning that this is just my problem that I'm solving. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff on my mind. I don't know where I've been, and what the hell am I drinking? And I can't help but to think, yeah, it's all my fault. Oh baby, you gotta stop. I see that you're calling. I told you that I ain't picking up. I know that you wanna start, 'cause we got our problems. I love you but I just need tonight off. Oh, one night, just one night off. Oh, oh baby, you gotta stop. I see that you're calling. Told you that I ain't picking up. I know that you wanna start, 'cause we got our problems. I love you but I just need tonight off. Oh, just one night off. I love you but I just need tonight off. It's 12:45 on a Tuesday. I don't really care what you say. I'm just getting off my face tonight.
Lights on, if you wanna drop by. Even my phone's on, if you feel like calling me later tonight. Keeping the bed warm, I do, though it's wrong to hold on. I try to come up with 100 of reasons not to, leading you back to my heart just by thinking of you. But you keep coming over, though deep down you know that you're wrong to hold on. I wish I could unmiss you, reverse the time so I could unmeet you. It would've made it so much easier, easier. If I could unmiss you and I miss you, and you could unmiss me too. I only say good things in front of our friends. I don't wanna talk shit, 'cause what if we wanted to try us again? Telling them nothing about you, 'cause it's wrong, and I should be strong by now. I try to come up with 100 of reasons not to, leading you back to my heart just by thinking of you. But you keep coming over, though deep down you know that you're wrong to hold on. I wish I could unmiss you, reverse the time so I could unmeet you. It would've made it so much easier, easier. If I could unmiss you wish I never met you. I wish we never met, and I could just forget. I wish I could unmiss you, reverse the time so I could unmeet you. It would have made it so much easier, yeah. If I could unmiss you and I miss you, and you could unmiss me too. I wish you could undo all of the things that made me fall for you. It would have made it so much easier. If I could unmiss you and I miss you, and you could unmiss me too.
I've been thinking about my father lately, the person that he made me, the person I've become. And I've been trying to fill all of this empty, but fuck, I'm still so empty. Yeah, I could use some love. And I've been trying to find a reason to get up, trying to find the reason for this stuff in my bedroom and my closet. The baggage in my heart is still so dark. Modern loneliness, we're never alone but always depressed. Love my friends to death, but
Little do you know how I'm breaking while you fall asleep. Little do you know I'm still haunted by the memories. Little do you know I'm trying to pick myself up piece by piece. Little do you know I need a little more time. Underneath it all, I'm held captive by the hole inside. I've been holding back for the fear that you might change your mind. I'm ready to forgive you, but forgetting is a harder fight. A little do you know I need a little more time.
I'll wait, I love you like you've never felt the pain. I'll wait, I promise you don't have to be afraid. I'll wait, love is here to stay, so lay your head on me. Little do you know, I know you're hurt while I'm sound asleep. Little do you know, all my mistakes are slowly drowning me. Little do you know, I'm trying to make it better piece by piece. Little do you know, I love you till the sun dies. Oh wait, just wait, I love you like I've never felt the pain. Just wait, I love you like I've never been afraid. Just wait, my love is here and here to stay.
So lay your head on me.
I'll wait, I love you like you never felt the pain. I'll wait, I promise you don't have to be afraid. I'll wait, my love is here and here to stay. So lay your head on me. Lay your head on me. So lay your head on me. 'Cause little do you know I love you till the sun dies. sunrise with you on my chest. No blinds in the place where I live. Daybreak, open your eyes, cause this was only ever meant to be for one night. Still, we're changing our minds here. Be yours, be mine, dear. So close with you on my lips. Touch noses, feeling your breath. Push your heart and pull away. Yeah, be my summer in a winter day, love. I can't see one thing wrong between the both of us. Be mine, yeah. Anytime, anytime. Ooh, you know I've been alone for quite a while, haven't I? I thought I knew it all. Found love, but I was wrong. More times than enough. But since you came along, I'm thinking, baby, you are bringing out a different kind of me. There's no safety net that's underneath. I'm free, falling all in you. Far from it, who would have me appear? Yeah. Trapped up on a tightrope. Years, yeah, grown up in the place that we live. Make love, then we fight. Laugh cause it was only meant to be for one night, baby. I guess we can't control what's just not up to us. Be mine, yeah. Anytime, anytime. Ooh, you know I've been alone for quite a while, haven't I? I thought I knew it all. Found love, but I was wrong. More times than enough. But since you came along, I'm thinking, baby, you are bringing out a different kind of me. There's no safety net that's underneath. I'm free, falling all in you. Far from it, who would have me appear? Trapped up on a tightrope, now we're here. We're free, falling all in you. Every time I see you, baby, I get lost. If I'm dreaming, baby, please don't wake me up. Every night I'm with you, I fall more in love. Now I'm laying by your side. Everything feels right. Since you came along, I'm thinking, baby, you, yeah, are bringing out a different kind of me, yeah. There's no safety net that's underneath. I'm free, falling all in you. Fell from it, who would have me appear? Trapped up on a tightrope, now we're here. We're free, falling all in.
Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories bring back your. There's a time that I remember when I did not know no pain. When I believed in forever, everything would stay the same. Now my heart feel like December when somebody say your name. Cause I can't reach out to call you, but I know I will one day, yeah. Everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday, yeah, yeah. But everything gon' be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, hey. Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. I never felt so lost. And I felt all of the hatred was too powerful to stop. Now my heart feels like an ember, and it's lighting up the dark. I'll carry these torches for you, and you know I'll never drop. Yeah, everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday. Yeah, yeah. But everything gon' be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, hey, here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories bring back your memories bring back your memories bring back your memories bring back your.
But if I told you that I love you, would you tell me that you love me back? What if I told you that I miss you? Would you tell me that you miss me back? What if I told you that I need you? Would you tell me that you need me? Yeah. If I tell you all my feelings, would you believe me? Yeah. What if I told you that I love you? Yeah. What if I told you that I love you? Yeah. What if I told you that I need you? Would you tell me that you need me too? But if I told you that I love you, hey, when you told me that you love me, was I a fool to believe in you? When you told me I was special, was I dumb for trusting you? When you told me that you want me, did you really want me? Or was this all a joke to you? I don't wanna say I miss you if I don't know that you miss me back. I don't wanna say the wrong thing. If I do, there's no coming back. But if I told you that I need you, would you tell me that you need me? Yeah. If I tell you all my feelings, would you believe me? Yeah. What if I told you that I love you? Yeah. What if I told you that I love you? I wish I told you that I loved you. Now it's too late, you have someone new. I hope he loves you like I do. Do you love the way he's treating you? What if I told you that I love you? Would you tell me that you love me back? If I told you that I miss you, would you tell me that you miss me back? What if I told you that I need you? Would you tell me that you need me? Yeah. If I tell you all my feelings, would you believe me? Yeah. What if I told you that I love you? Yeah. What if I told you that I love you? Yeah. What if I told you that I need you? Would you tell me that you need me too? What if I told you that I love you? What if I told you that I
Tell me you love me, but I heard it before. Staying out till the morning, I can hear the door. Tell me you're different, but you're just like the rest. I can smell all the whiskey and the smoke on your breath. I I don't think you know this, but you're so predictable. Texting her behind my back and acting like I don't, but I already know. Yeah, I already know this. 'Cause you've been talking in your sleep. Oh, and you've been messing around on me. I thought I told you once before. Oh, I guess you wasn't listening. And I'll wait till the morning. Might just say you're sleeping. Won't give you a warning. Just know that I'm leaving. 'Cause you've been talking in your sleep. Oh, and you've been messing around on me. You say that you want me, that you want me back. Wanna talk me sober, no, won't do that. Swear that you're different, but it's still like the rest. So wanna talk it over now. I don't think you know this, but you're so predictable. Texting her behind my back and acting like I don't, but I already know. Yeah, I already know this. 'Cause you've been talking in your sleep. Oh, and you've been messing around on me. I thought I told you once before. Oh, I guess you wasn't listening. And I'll wait till the morning. Might just say you're sleeping. Won't give you a warning. Just know that I'm leaving. 'Cause you've been talking in your sleep. In your sleep, in your sleep. And you've been messing around on me. I don't think you know this, but you're so relatable. Texting girls behind my back and acting like you don't, but I already know. Oh, yeah, I already know. 'Cause you've been talking in your sleep. Oh, and you've been messing around on me. I thought I told you once before. Oh, I guess you wasn't listening. And I'll wait till the morning. Might just say you're sleeping. Won't give you a warning. Just know that I'm leaving. 'Cause you've been talking in your sleep. And you've been messing around on me.
Through the night, all the lights are passing by us. You decide you're not holding on to my love. I've been wrong more than twice, but I keep on falling back and forth without a clue. Yeah, I know what is right, yet I still ignore it. Finding my way back to you. Save me from all the things I've done lately. I'm lost. Save me from all that I've become till I become.
12:45 on a Tuesday. I don't really care what you say. I'm just getting off my face tonight. 'Cause I'm just trying to live to the weekend. I don't know how I'm supposed to breathe when everything you say is playing on my mind. You don't know where I've been, and you don't know what I'm drinking. I need a moment to think about nothing at all. Oh baby, you gotta stop. I see that you're calling. I told you that I ain't picking up. I know that you wanna start, 'cause we got our problems. I love you but I just need tonight off. It's getting pretty deep in the AM, and I should go home but I'm staying. I'll be sleeping on the cold floor tonight. Oh, I hope you'll understand in the morning that this is just my problem that I'm solving. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff on my mind. I don't know where I've been, and what the hell am I drinking? And I can't help but to think, yeah, it's all my fault. Oh, baby, you gotta stop. I see that you're calling. I told you that I ain't picking up. I know that you wanna start, 'cause we got our problems. I love you but I just need tonight off. Oh, one night, just one night off. Oh, oh, baby, you gotta stop. I see that you're calling. Told you that I ain't picking up. I know that you wanna start, 'cause we got our problems. I love you but I just need tonight off. Oh, just one night off. I love you but I just need tonight off. It's 12:45 on a Tuesday. I don't really care what you say. I'm just getting off my face tonight.
Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia merupakan salah satu program studi yang ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta. Program studi ini telah ada sejak 1 September 1963. Pada awalnya, program studi ini bernama Pendidikan Bahasa Sastra Indonesia dan Daerah. Kemudian terjadi perubahan nama menjadi Pendidikan Bahasa Sastra Indonesia, dan yang terakhir berubah nama menjadi Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia. Saat ini terhitung sejak tahun 2017, status program studi PBSI adalah akreditasi dengan kualifikasi A, dengan memadukan keunggulan akademik dan nilai-nilai humanistik yang dilandasi oleh nilai-nilai Kristiani yang universal dan cita-cita kemanusiaan. Program studi PBSI bertujuan menghasilkan lulusan yang mempunyai kemampuan profesional di bidang kependidikan bahasa dan non-kependidikan, khususnya jurnalistik dan pengajaran BIPA. Peluang pekerjaan bagi lulusan PBSI adalah menjadi guru bahasa dan sastra Indonesia di SMP, SMA, dan SMK. Selain itu, lulusan PBSI juga dapat menggeluti salah satu dari profesi berikut. 1. Menjadi pengajar atau instruktur bahasa dan sastra Indonesia bagi penutur asing atau BIPA. 2. Menjadi pengelola kursus BIPA. 3. menjadi perancang program pembelajaran bahasa Indonesia untuk tujuan khusus di perusahaan dan lembaga pendidikan. 4. Menjadi penulis buku teks bahasa Indonesia. 5. Menjadi editor penerbit wartawan atau jurnalis media cetak dan elektronik, praktik lapangan serta magang bagi mahasiswa penyegaran dan peningkatan kualitas SDM bagi lembaga pendidikan maupun perusahaan. Nilai-nilai yang dihidupi program studi PBSI diantaranya 1. Daya juang, 2. Tanggung jawab, 3. Kedisiplinan, 4. Kerjasama, 5. Toleransi, 6. Kejujuran. Berikut kegiatan program studi PBSI di antara lain. Yang pertama, kegiatan keolahragaan yaitu Pekan Olahraga Prodi atau yang disebut PBSI Cup. Yang kedua, kegiatan kesenian yaitu Malam Kesenian PBSI. Yang ketiga, kegiatan keilmiahan seperti seminar mahasiswa. Yang keempat, kegiatan sosial seperti bakti sosial masyarakat. Yang kelima, misa perayaan Disnatalis PBSI. Yang keenam, kegiatan bulan bahasa yaitu Pekan Bahasa dan Sastra. Yang ketujuh, kegiatan malam puncak Disnatalis PBSI. Dan yang kedelapan, pemilu TPS atau PBSI bersuara.
Saya memilih MPBI karena rekomendasi dari dosen saya di UKSW. Menurut dosen saya, MPBI mempunyai mutu pendidikan yang baik. Selama saya berkuliah di sini, saya bisa mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang baik bersama dengan teman-teman yang berasal dari berbagai macam daerah. Selain itu, dosen di MPBI sangat suportif dalam membimbing saya dalam perkuliahan. Selain saya mendapatkan ilmu, saya juga mempunyai banyak teman yang bisa memotivasi saya dalam belajar.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Adit. Jadi untuk alasan mengapa melanjutkan S2, sebenarnya ini berdasarkan pengalaman masa lalu. Jadi saya sudah mengajar di beberapa tempat, mengajar bahasa Inggris. Lalu di situ saya merasa bahwa kemampuan saya untuk mengajar masih kurang ya. Jadi saya memilih untuk wah ini sebaiknya saya melanjutkan kuliah lagi S2 ya agar lebih merasa pede ketika saya mengajar atau mungkin di pekerjaan-pekerjaan saya selanjutnya. Kemudian untuk alasan mengambil MPBI sebenarnya dulu sempat mengambil S2 juga di tempat lain, tapi ini waktu itu saya merasa kurang tepat pilihannya karena jurusannya yang saya ambil pun saya merasa juga mata kuliahnya juga sedikit kurang berkaitan dengan yang saya inginkan. Lalu ada teman merekomendasikan saya untuk melanjutkan di MPBI dan ternyata mata kuliah yang ada di MPBI itu sangat relevan untuk keperluan saya menjadi pengajar di masa depan. Oke, jadi pengalaman belajar di MPBI itu lebih ke ini sih, saya merasa lingkungannya itu sangat positif. Jadi baik dari dosen maupun dari mahasiswa, dari teman-temannya itu sangat mendukung, sangat mensupport satu sama lain. Jadi ya kita sama-sama bekerja keras di sini dan kita juga sama-sama membantu juga satu sama lain agar kita bisa menyelesaikan studi di MPBI dengan baik seperti itu.
Nama saya Unifalta, saya dari angkatan 2012 MPBI. Mengapa saya melanjutkan S2 saya? Karena saya merasa masih belum cukup ilmu untuk menjadi guru yang lebih berkompeten lagi. Kemudian mengapa saya memilih Sanata Dharma? Karena Sanata Dharma sudah banyak diakui oleh lulusannya kalau lulusannya itu lebih unggul. Untuk pengalaman selama saya bersekolah di sini, sejujurnya saya lebih banyak mendapatkan pengalaman karena di pendidikan saya yang sebelumnya sangat berbeda dengan apa yang saya dapatkan di Sanata Dharma, di mana di sini lebih ditekankan tentang untuk lebih disiplin, kemudian kita di sini dituntut untuk bagaimana lebih kritikal di dalam mengerjakan segala sesuatu. Kemudian di sini saya juga mendapat keluarga baru dan teman-teman sekitar dan dosen-dosen sekalian selalu mensupport dan memotivasi saya dalam belajar saya. Saya pikir itu saja.
Halo, saya Luciana, saya dari batch 2018. Saya adalah seorang independent teacher dan entrepreneur. Alasan saya untuk melanjutkan kuliah di MPBI adalah karena saya perlu berada di suatu komunitas akademis, dan saya juga ingin sekali untuk mengembangkan bisnis saya di bagian education. Kenapa saya memilih Sanata Dharma, MPBI Sanata Dharma? Karena saya sangat nyaman dengan situasi di Sanata Dharma. Saya sudah mengenal beberapa dosen-dosen Sanata Dharma sebelumnya, karena memang saya dulu juga lulusan Sanata Dharma. Lalu kami semua juga mempunyai kesempatan untuk mengambil ELT practicum di luar negeri, dan itu sangat berbeda dengan universitas-universitas lain. Bagi saya, selama 2 semester ini, saya sudah mendapatkan banyak sekali pengalaman untuk diri saya, untuk mengembangkan diri saya sebagai seorang pendidik. Terus saya sangat merekomendasikan teman-teman untuk mengambil MPBI Sanata Dharma, karena ya memang I think this place is the best for you. Thank you.
Oke, jadi nama saya Caecilia. Saat ini saya sedang di semester 2 MPBI, kemudian saya berpengalaman mengajar 4 tahun. Saya mengajar Mandarin dan English juga. Tapi di tahun lalu saya memilih untuk belajar di MPBI karena saya yakin ini akan memberikan peningkatan terhadap profesi saya sebagai guru. Kemudian untuk jenjang karir yang lebih lanjut, saya juga menunjukkan ilmunya, saya ingin belajar lagi. Saya suka belajar, sehingga MPBI saya pikir adalah tempat yang tepat buat saya, karena saya juga mengikuti pendidikan Yesuit dari sejak SMA, dari Prof itu kemudian di Sanata Dharma. Tentunya pendidikan Indonesia sangat menginspirasi saya, sehingga saya memilih MPBI Sanata Dharma untuk belajar, untuk memperdalam keguruan saya. Kemudian saya sampai memutuskan untuk keluar dari bekerja dahulu supaya saya bisa fokus untuk belajar, dan ternyata memang menyenangkan karena ada banyak hal-hal yang saya belum alami, kemudian saya mempelajari itu, dan hal-hal yang saya sudah alami, kemudian saya belajar tentang itu, dan saya belajar banyak sekali di sini, dan pengalaman saya terkonfirmasi oleh ilmu yang saya pelajari. Dan menarik sekali di MPBI Sanata Dharma karena belajar di sini tidak terasa betul-betul seperti belajar formal pada umumnya, tapi ada belajar keluargaan di sini, baik para dosen maupun teman-teman mahasiswa semuanya sangat suportif, dan melalui diskusi-diskusi grup, melalui kerja-kerja kelompok, dan melalui tugas-tugas yang ada, kami banyak belajar dan tumbuh bersama. Jadi tidak hanya melulu mengenai teori saja, tapi di sini kita juga diajarkan untuk berpikir kritis, critical thinking, untuk menanggapi berbagai fenomena dunia yang tidak bisa kita judge hitam dan putihnya, tapi kita dilatih untuk menjadi guru-guru yang juga pemimpin yang melayani. Jadi ada di situ yang saya suka sekali belajar di sini. Terima kasih.
Oke, nama saya Vika dari MPBI Angkatan 2017. Saya adalah alumni dari PBI Angkatan 2013. Saya lulus tahun 2017, dan pada saat itu saya langsung lanjut ke MPBI 2017. Dan kenapa saya langsung lanjut ke MPBI? Karena yang pertama, pada saat itu saya masih mempunyai semangat dan motivasi untuk kuliah. Dan yang kedua adalah saat itu ditawarkan beasiswa untuk anak-anak yang ingin mengambil scholarship. Jadi saya pada saat itu mengambil beasiswa, dan akhirnya saya mendapatkan beasiswa tersebut. Dan yang ketiga adalah dosen-dosen di S2 adalah dosen-dosen yang mengajar di S1 juga. Jadi saya sudah mengenal bagaimana karakteristik para dosen. Dan yang keempat tentunya saya ingin mendapat teman-teman baru dan pengalaman baru.
Halo semuanya, nama saya Martina Andriani. Saya adalah mahasiswa S2 Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Universitas Sanata Dharma angkatan 2017. Di sini saya akan sedikit berbagi mengenai jurusan S2 Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris. Awalnya mengapa saya memilih untuk melanjutkan kuliah S2 PBI itu karena saya mendapatkan kesan positif selama membantu mengajar di kegiatan gereja dekat rumah, bahwa pekerjaan mengajar adalah pekerjaan yang menyenangkan. Saya bisa bertemu dengan banyak anak-anak. Selain itu pula, saya juga menyenangi pelajaran bahasa Inggris masa saya sekolah. Dan mengapa saya memilih untuk melanjutkan di Universitas Sanata Dharma? Itu karena saya mendapatkan rekomendasi dari guru-guru di kegiatan sosial tersebut, bahwa Universitas Sanata Dharma memiliki reputasi yang positif sejak dahulu, apalagi untuk jurusan pendidikan bahasa Inggris. Selama saya berkuliah di Universitas Sanata Dharma, saya mendapatkan berbagai manfaat, yaitu saya bisa mendapatkan ilmu-ilmu pendidikan dari dosen-dosen yang berkapabilitas. Selain itu pula, saya juga dilatih untuk banyak berbicara bahasa Inggris dengan dosen dan juga dengan teman-teman di kelas. Untuk pengalaman yang tidak bisa saya lupakan selama saya belajar di Universitas Sanata Dharma adalah ketika saya melakukan praktikum ILT, yaitu praktek mengajar anak-anak S1. Waktu itu saya merasa gugup dan saya merasa teknik saya kurang baik. Akan tetapi dengan bantuan para dosen-dosen yang ada, saya bisa merasakan kesan yang positif dan saya bisa tenang juga selama melakukan praktek mengajar tersebut. Saya berterima kasih bahwa saya bisa berkuliah di Universitas Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta.
Nama saya Miss Rima. Saya adalah seorang perempuan yang suka bekerja dan juga berkarir. Saya melanjutkan kuliah S2 karena saya ingin memperdalam ilmu dan mengembangkan karir di dunia pendidikan. Kemudian, kenapa saya memilih MPBI di Sanata Dharma? Ada berbagai alasan. Yang pertama adalah saya suka dengan kampus ini. Di Sanata Dharma ini memberikan kenyamanan untuk belajar bagi setiap mahasiswanya. Kemudian, program studi yang saya ambil, MPBI itu linear dengan program studi yang saya ambil di S1, yaitu di bidang pendidikan. Kemudian nomor 3, saya telah mengenal dosen-dosennya dan semua dosen yang mengajar di MPBI ini hebat dan luar biasa dan juga modern. Nah, kemudian tentang pengalaman kuliah selama ini, saya merasa sangat beruntung bisa kembali mendapatkan tantangan belajar dan mengerjakan penelitian. Tidak dipungkiri bahwa semua tugas-tugas yang diberikan itu membutuhkan tenaga ekstra, kemudian waktu yang banyak untuk mengerjakan. Tapi ini semua adalah bagian dari masa depan yang lebih cerah. Terima kasih.
Halo, selamat pagi. Nama saya Indira, mahasiswa FPTI 2018. Nah, di sini saya akan memberikan testimoni saya mengapa saya melanjutkan S2 di MPBI. Alasan saya yaitu saya seorang guru dan saya punya tuntutan profesi untuk mengembangkan karir saya untuk menjadi guru yang lebih profesional dan lebih berkompeten lagi. Lalu alasan saya memilih MPBI karena jurusan ini linear dengan jurusan saya ketika saya S1 dulu. Nah, kemudian saya juga yakin dan percaya bahwa para dosen itu sangat berkompeten dan mempunyai kualitas yang baik dalam memfasilitasi saya dan para mahasiswa lainnya untuk mengembangkan ilmu kami. Selain itu, di sini saya juga belajar tentang bagaimana menghargai keberagaman karena teman-teman saya berasal dari banyak suku yang berbeda, budaya dan agama. Jadi di sini saya tidak hanya belajar tentang ilmu mengajar dan ilmu bahasa Inggris, tapi juga belajar bagaimana menghargai keberagaman. Kemudian yang terakhir pengalaman saya belajar di MPBI Sanata Dharma, yaitu di sini kami dituntut untuk melakukan banyak penelitian. Jadi dari penelitian itu kami bisa mengembangkan wawasan kami Selain itu kami bisa mengembangkan cara berpikir kritis kami dengan membaca banyak jurnal dan banyak literatur lainnya. Terima kasih.
Sanata Dharma lebih dari sekedar sebuah perguruan tinggi, tetapi merupakan sebuah ekosistem pendidikan yang disiapkan dan dilengkapi berbagai fasilitas dan tata kelola yang baik, yang memungkinkan segenap generasi muda untuk menikmati kegembiraan, kepercayaan diri, serta pertumbuhan yang optimal. Selamat datang di Universitas Sanata Dharma, Yogyakarta.
A wondrous civilization. Disposed to tranquility. With scenic landscapes bordered by the sea. Here, mythologies become principle. and religions create the cornerstones of life. It is contained in the arts and crafts, where celestial ceremonies become part of popular culture. Legacies of glorious traditions, where folk tales are regarded as guidebooks to perfection, honed over centuries, yet possible to experience within a few hours. Experiences you can take home. Here, art preservation is a tourist attraction. History is a living monument. Even shopping is meaningful. See world-famous resorts compete with local means of accommodation. Enjoy natural kindness. Or the excitement of exploring nature with endless stories to tell and never-ending feasts. Never-ending possibilities to get more out of life and journeys. Yogyakarta. Wonderful.
Belum tadi? Urung tuh? Tapi ini malah dinonton teman-teman malah jadi aneh ya. Ini HP tuh.
Hello everyone, welcome back to this last session of the 7th International Language and Language Teaching Conference. I hope you had a wonderful time listening to the parallel sessions. Before we start the last session of the second day of the conference, allow me to share some information. We will provide the exit ticket for day 2 right after the 6th keynote speech. The link will be available at around 3:30 in the afternoon in your Zoom chat room. The exit ticket will be your attendance list for the second day of the conference. Please note that you will be eligible to receive the e-certificate if you have submitted the exit ticket for day 1, day 2, and have registered your email at the website. Should you have any questions, you may contact our help desk through the Zoom chat room provided. The e-certificate will be sent to your emails in the next 10 to 15 working days. In the next hour, we will listen to a keynote speech will be delivered by Ibu Caecilia Tutyandari, Ph.D. from English Language Education Study Program Sanata Dharma University. Bapak Konsilianus Lausmbato EDD will become the moderator in this keynote session. For participants, you can post your question in the Zoom chat room if you are joining us from Zoom, or in the YouTube comment box if you are joining us from YouTube. The Zoom chat room will be closed temporarily and it will be open 15 minutes before the presentation ends. Good afternoon, Bundari and Pak Kons. So, Pak Kons, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here this afternoon. And a very good morning and evening to the participants from different time zones. Today, we are very pleased to welcome Dr. Caecilia Tutyandari, a very special guest speaker from Sanata Dharma University. Dr. Tutyandari is a senior lecturer at the English Education Study Program. She has had over 20 years of teaching experience at the university. Furthermore, our speaker has been intensively involved in many in-service and pre-service teacher training programs. Added to the experience is her recent doctoral degree earned from Melbourne University, Australia. Her research interests include pre-service and in-service teachers' professional developments and classroom practices. And today, she'll be sharing with us her expert opinion about an early professional journey of English language teachers in an EFL context. With that, I ask you to give your full attention to Dr. Tutyandari and help me in welcoming her to the keynote session. Dr. Tutyandari, time is yours.
Thank you for giving me a very fine introduction. Okay, let me share my screen. Right. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. It's such an honor for me to be here, to be given a chance to speak in front of you, to share what I have learned and what I believed in the last 4 years. So as you can see on your screen, this is a very simple results of my study entitled Stepping into an Early Professional Journey of English Language Teachers in an EFL context. So honestly, this is my very first time sharing my work and in this international event. So I hope that you enjoyed my presentation. Okay, let's go to the first slide. Okay, let me start my presentation with a very brief introduction to the study. So this study is actually starting from my own curiosity and reflections as a teacher educator. So at the end of this presentation, I'm going to present you the big picture of an early professional journey of English language teacher. And a very simple diagram there talking about my methods, my research methods. So basically I was conducting my research with mixed methods. So you can see that there is a combination between survey, interviews, and at the end there will be data merging. So unfortunately, I'm so sorry that I'm not going to discuss in details the research methods. I would like to focus on the results of my study. So the next slide is I'm going to take you to the presentation structure. So this is the presentation structure. Thank you. So there will be 3 parts, 3 sections. The first one is a profile stage or profile section, which I'm going to describe the participants of my study very briefly. And then the second part is the formation, so what is going on in the formation stage. And then the last one is the consolidation. So I'm going to discuss in these 3 colors section. So before I move on to the first section, I think that I need to share my idea, my thought first. So I believe that, this is what I believe. I believe that teachers start their journey, their professional journey, very early when they started their teacher education, or they decided to enter teacher education. So that's why I'm going to focus here on the journey of pre-service teachers, especially when they are in the teacher education. So let me go to the first slide. Oh, sorry. Profiles. So let's go to the profiles. Who are they? There were 106 participants in my study, very young participants between 20 and 30 years old. And the majority is female. 76% were female participants, and the rest, 24%, were male participants. So this is very common in teacher education, where female students dominate or outnumber the male students. So, and what about the next one? In these profiles, I would like to describe, or I choose 2 factors. I use 2 factors to give more illustration about the profile. So I would like to present the motivation and the beliefs. So why did I choose motivation here? So as you can see, right, I took this quote from Sinclair. So motivation is actually a very important factor that determines what people want to do, and how long they want to stay, and to what extent they want to do with the activities. While belief is a very old theory here, then it actually influences how people think and understand. So the next slide will talk about what did I find. So as you can see on the left side of the screen, okay, there are various faces there. Okay, one is still thinking very hard, and in the middle looks very sad, and then on the right side it looks very excited. They actually, to me, described how the students felt or feel when they firstly come to this formation stage or the teacher education stage. So, in terms of motivation, there are I can group the students into three reasons. The first one is the intrinsic motivation, and then extrinsic, and the third one is altruistic motivation. So what belongs to intrinsic motivation is to learn the English language and to become English language teachers. While extrinsic motivation, because they think that becoming a teacher in the future will give them kind of privileges to have more holidays, or at least they can manage their time life with their family and the profession and their job. And then the third one is altruistic motivation. So it's related to others. So in this study, it's, referring to parents or society. So one of the examples here, I want to make my parents happy, belongs to this altruistic motivation. And then in terms of beliefs, mostly they have very positive perception about teaching and the teacher profession. But there is one thing that they have concern, that is the income. They consider that the income is still lower than other professions. Okay, so now let's move on. Now is the formation. Okay, this is a very simple illustration of what is going on in teacher education. So basically, students learn different kinds of subjects. They practice their teaching skills, and then there are some co-curricular programs. And of course, inside this process of the formation, they have social and professional interactions. So let's see, please allow me to visualize my understanding in this formation process. So let me start from the first one. One of the most dominant factors that occurs during this formation process is self-efficacy. So according to Bandura, self-efficacy influences individuals' actions through cognitive, motivational, affective, and decisional processes. It actually then determines how much effort and time they need to spend to complete the task. In particular, Bandura mentioned or highlighted that self-efficacy is very context or task specific. It cannot be generalized as someone's personality. And later we can see that self-efficacy is actually very closely related to anxiety. So because I found it as a dominant factor inside the formation process, now I'm going to put this self-efficacy as the center of my illustration. Okay. So let's see here as the first major factor along the formation process. So normally or commonly when people have low efficacy in a particular task, he or she might have higher anxiety. So they are very related. Then the next question is, what are the sources of this efficacy? So this is what I found. Right. Okay, so this is what I found. Let's see it one by one. From the classroom practices, one of the examples can be the time management. Some students feel very anxious because they were aware that they could not manage the time management well. And then another concern related to paperwork. They think that the paperwork that the teachers should do might like be overloaded, like a lot of documents to be completed as like the document for the required document for their profession. And then some others might think that when they come to the class, real class, they feel that they cannot really apply what they have learned in the teacher education into practice, like one-to-one, apple to apple. But they feel like, oh, I didn't know how to apply this, or I didn't know when to use this kind of theory. And then the next one is about student engagement. Okay, this is really interesting. Some students are very, confident with their abilities to engage students, but some others feel like, oh, my teaching is not good enough because I'm not a humorous person. Or some students thought that, oh, I'm too friendly so that my students do not respect me. While some others related to content knowledge mastery, which is very common, in my context, EFL context, so as like other research mentioned, that linguistic components like grammar, pronunciations are their big concerns. They feel that my pronunciation is not good enough, I'm not speaking fluent enough, so I prefer to speak Indonesian when teaching, or my first language when teaching my students. And then some other concerns related to the pedagogical knowledge, the instructional strategies, which is very understandable because they have very little number or little experience in teaching. So this anxiety in instructional strategies quite common, found in my cases. And then school student diversity, like students' behaviors, different learning styles, then quite difficult for them to manage how or what strategy is effective to manage different students. Especially in this, virtual or online learning, that can be more challenging, I think. And then the last one, this is like common, or it is found in Kim and Cho research. There is a term reality shock. Okay, in the reality shock here, it's similar to like the common definition of shock. Then the students actually found a gap between what they learn and what they face in the schools or in class. So these are some common concerns related to teacher education process. So what is next then? What should we do? Are these challenges not like helping students to be more confident? No, actually it can be a good thing in a sense that actually it promotes or it encourages or it assesses or examines students' resilience and perseverance. When we talk about perseverance, we talk about the ability of someone to cope with difficulties, while resilience is the ability to bounce back after adversities or hardship. So these two factors are very or strongly recommended or highlighted by previous research as important professional factors in teacher professional development. So if we see from this simple illustration, which talk about self-efficacy, resilience, and perseverance, they all belong to personal. They all belong to individual factors. So now let's see what is next. If we go on, if we go further, then we have, I illustrated as a circle, which I call support system. Okay. This support system comes outside or externally, right? It is the external factors of the students, like mentor teachers, lecturers, peers, school students, and community, school community. They all contribute to this professional journey, right? Mentor-like teachers is defined like mentoring is a process where senior and junior or more experienced teachers and less experienced teachers meet together and then have discussion. Lecturers can be kind of supervisors or lecturers in the teacher education, which can be the role models. So the opportunities to observe, to be listened to be accepted by the students, the school students, to be welcomed by the school community, are positive encounters that the student teachers experience during this formation. And actually this circle bring us to a concept what is called connectedness. Okay, so connectedness is a very common word. It has been researched in school context, in a social context by some experts. As you can see on the right side, connectedness here consists of 4 factors, which are very sequential. The first one is attending, the second one is belonging, and then engaging and flow is like the highest level. So the presence of these support systems, the acceptance, the welcoming, response of these support systems are actually the positive, can be the positive or encouraging factors that contribute to this professional journey. On the left side, this is just one example of the definition or the classic definition of connectedness in the school context. So let me read it. So the connectedness is the extent to which students feel personally accepted, respected, included, and supported by others in the school social environment. So this formation includes both the internal individual factors, which are very personal, and also the external factors that have a very close interconnections to one another. Right. How much time do I have?
You still have about 20 minutes.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Right. Okay, now let's come to the last phase. So I don't think that I will spend too much for this. So after experiencing different, various encounters during the formation, on the last stage is actually the consolidation phase, where they bring together all the pieces of prior experiences or encounters, both. It can be encouraging or discouraging, and then they do the reflections. Reflection is one of the, also the most important, one of the important aspect in professional development. So I have 2 questions related to this consolidation as part of the reflection. Am I prepared to become an English teacher? And am I committed to teaching? So from my study, then I found technology integration is like the highest preparedness, the highest level of preparedness. So what I can say about this finding is that the student teachers or the pre-service teachers feel confident with this integration. They are ready to integrate technology in learning in their classroom. And some of the findings that show their lack or their lack of preparedness, I have 3 here. That is assessment, facilitating spatial learning needs or different learning needs, and also facilitating critical thinking. So they feel less prepared in these 3 components. So as for your information, for preparedness, there are 32 items in my survey, which is very interesting to learn more. And then the next one, am I committed to teaching? So this is part of the reflection. What is interesting from my finding here, when someone is prepared to be a teacher, it doesn't mean that he or she will be committed to teaching. So preparedness and commitment are 2 different things. But I will show you after this. Yes. On the last quote here, Chestnut and Burley said that commitment is very related or correlated with self-efficacy, while sense of preparedness also related to self-efficacy, but preparedness and commitment are not related to each other. Right. Okay. So I bring back all the factors from each stage here. Yeah, the first one about the profile. So there are 2 important factors that I highlighted here. The first one is motivation, and the second one is beliefs toward the teaching profession and teaching. And then the second phase, right. There are more factors here, which include personal and external factors. The personal factors consist of self-efficacy, and then perseverance and resilience, while the external factors consist of or contain support system that can be mentoring, role modeling, and then acceptance by people around the student teachers. And then the last one is the concept of connectedness. Right. And then the last one, that for the consolidation, that there are 2 factors that contribute to this process, or that have an impact to this process. The first one is a sense of preparedness, and then the second one is commitment to teaching. So I think that I will have conclusions and recommendations for this. So the first conclusion is that this study confirms that becoming a teacher is a complex journey which involves multi-factors and is unique to each individual. And then the second one, each component appearing in the professional growth contributes to the end product of teacher education. And the next 2 are more on the recommendation. Each factor emerging in each phase of the early professional journey is a key factor that should be taken into account in program evaluation. And then the last one, for future research, in-depth exploration on every component influencing pre- and in-service teachers' professional growth are potential to be conducted in wider context and bigger samples. Right. Okay, so these are the references and some sources. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tutyandari. A very exciting presentation indeed. Let us give her a loud applause. Dr. Tutyandari has touched upon many key concepts in preparing teachers to be professional teachers, such as motivation, beliefs, self-efficacy, anxiety, connectedness, and also reflection and commitment. I believe that we are all prompted to think and rethink about our teaching practices and also about how we prepare our future teachers. And therefore, I invite dear participants to ask her questions. You can ask her questions directly by raising your hand, but also you can type your questions in Zoom chat section, but also in YouTube comment section. I'd like to invite 3 persons to ask questions. Make sure that your questions are direct and short. Please don't beat around the bush. Thank you. Any audience in the Zoom, if you have any question, please just raise your hand. There is one question in the Zoom chat section. With the introduction of Merdeka Belajar, Kampus Merdeka, will the teacher preparation program be better and more interesting to young people? Can you please directly answer the question?
All right, thank you, Pak Oda. This is a challenging question. With the introduction of Merdeka Belajar, Kampus Merdeka, will the teacher preparation program be better and more interesting to young people? Right, okay, so I believe that, or I hope that some of you have learned or have read some information about this Merdeka Belajar. It's very challenging. To me, it is challenging in the sense that how much freedom should teacher education provide or give to the students? I'm quite wondering if we talk about teacher education is like a very specific profession with specific knowledge and skills. So it might be more interesting to invite young people because they have a chance to not only to learn about teaching and the content. Like in my case, like most students like come to this English language teacher education because of the English language. It might be interesting, but I'm not really sure, honestly. This is my personal opinion. Will this freedom give them more, interest or more attractiveness to teaching, the teaching profession itself? Or actually by opening this different or this freedom might make students think that teacher education is just one of the way to go to some other areas. So talking from the point of view of teacher quality, I still have a big question for that, Pak Uda. So sorry for that. And then, what else?
You can go directly to the second.
Oh, the second question?
From Cendrawasih, Universitas Cendrawasih from RDB Lambert.
Yeah.
To what extent is assessment less favored for student teacher?
Right, thank you, Pak. Is there any name? No. Okay, from Cendrawasih, very far. Thank you for joining us here. So, less favored. So, I think that from my point of view, then, when the students or the student teachers feel less prepared in assessment, it's more on that they were not confident enough to to provide effective assessments, effective tests for the students. So I think that this is because of their very little experience in teaching and in constructing tests. So to me, it is not a a big concern, because it just gives them more time, more chances to practice, or by upgrading their skills in making tests or assessments, so that they have more skill in this aspect assessment. So that's what I think.
If the Pak Lambert still is not satisfied with the answer, you can also ask again later when the time permits. Now the next question is from Nina Suryantari. As now everyone can be a teacher through PPG program, do we still need undergraduate education major? Thank you.
Okay, so this is another big question. To me, if we only rely on PPG or PPG, foreigners might not be familiar with this term, program profesi guru or teacher profession program in Indonesia. As far as I know, it is a very short program. I don't think it is enough to equip future teachers to be teachers with expected quality. So if we talk about quality, as we know that teaching is a very long journey, it's probably like we need to learn this profession, these skills like forever. I don't think that PPG is enough. Undergraduate as the basic institution which introduces formally the knowledge and the skills to the future teachers, to me is still important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bundari has already emphasized the importance of undergraduate education program due to the complexity of education and educational issues. But if you have any other questions, now we have another person asking question from Stix Tarakanita. Ibu Tuti, what is your opinion on the notion held up by many that as long as you can talk and other people understand you, you don't need to worry so much about grammar? Did you face this kind of problem in preparing young teachers? So talking over or speaking fluency over grammatical accuracy. Is grammar still important in speaking? Thank you.
Yeah, right. Talking about fluency and accuracy, these two terms are always like two debatable topics for teacher educators, especially in the English language context. So yes, I found a lot of experience a big dilemma whether I need to also to measure or to assess their accuracy when they speak. So to me, I feel like this speaking or writing are two skills which require both, but for me it's a kind of gradual process. So to invite young generations to speak or to produce sentences in the very in their very early stage, I will let them speak or write whatever they are able to do so. So in terms of this production, what I focus will be on the meaning, whether their meaning, their ideas, their thoughts can be delivered well. So can the listeners or can the readers grab the meaning of their writing, or speaking. That's in the early stage. But going up, like in the higher level, of course, then both are important. So especially for future English language teachers, so because they will be the role model for their students, they are expected to give a lot of exposures in the target language as much as possible. So of course, then the quality of the English language teachers should be measured from both, from both aspects, both accuracy and fluency. Thank you.
Okay, so, thank you, Dr. Tutyandari. She mentioned the importance of seeing fluency and accuracy as continuum, not as dichotomous. Dichotomy, they have to actually go hand in hand. Thank you, Dr. Tutyandari. The next question is, how do we evaluate our training programs for future teachers? Coming from Ibu Truly from Sanata Dharma University.
Sorry, can you repeat once again?
How do we evaluate our training programs for future teachers?
Right, okay, so a program evaluation is a continuous program. So it is not like just one-stop evaluation at the very end of the program, but I kind of think that it should be like monitored in all stages. Like in the early stage, identifying what can be the problems or what are the possible problems occurring during the early stage. Then this evaluation is actually can be feedback, can be can become the feedback for the teacher education program. In the middle, then the second phase, like in the middle, like the very critical phase where the student teachers started their teaching practicum, started to deal with all the documents related to teaching. So to me, the evaluations should go continuously in the beginning, in the middle, and at the end of the program. So it's more like survey or monitoring the program development.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tutyandari. Do we still have some questions? I believe that Dr. Tutyandari's topic is actually very interesting and should be thought-provoking because he talks about motivation, about self-efficacy, about teacher beliefs, anxiety, persistence, resilience, and so many technical terms. So I'm sure you should be interested in finding out more, and we still have actually about 10 minutes to go. So please don't hesitate to ask questions because this is not our show, this is actually ours, not mine, but this is ours. This is our discussion opportunity.
Oh, actually I forgot something.
Okay.
I should have done it in the middle of my presentation,
yes,
but I forgot to do that. Too nervous. After like more than 20 years teaching, I'm still nervous. Okay, I hope that the committee won't mind if I ask the participants to, to turn the microphone on just for a few seconds, just to say hello to each other. Okay, so all good. So the committee approved. So dear participants, would you mind turning on your microphone for a few seconds just to say hello to each other?
Hello everyone.
Hello everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Okay. Right.
Hello everyone.
Ibu Tuti.
It's nice to meet you here.
Yeah.
Hello Mrs. Tuti.
Hi.
Hello
Okay.
Miss Dari.
Hello. Right. Okay, thank you very much. Right. I should have done this before, like when I introduce the connectedness. So I just want to, a few minutes. Okay, I'm going to go back to my slide. Yes, so, yeah, I want to actually to show you once again the model, the illustration that I have from this study. So I want to go, I'll highlight it, the last part about connectedness. So when you say hello, hi to anyone, including myself, actually it makes me feel happy. It makes me feel, oh, I'm not alone here. So it's very hard to me, like to speak virtually like this, because I'm kind of a very noisy person. So silence, quietness is a very torturing to me. So listening to you saying hello, hi, with a very friendly way, it actually, I feel welcomed. I feel accepted. So that's actually what happened during this formation process. So it's, of course, is a very, the student teachers might feel very anxious, worried when they come to a new situation, to a new environment, to a new school that they have never been there before. So a very simple attitude of action from the school community, from the teachers there, from the students, from their peers and their lecturers, actually elevate their efficacy and lowering down their anxiety. So I know that it's not easy to see this connectedness because it's a very intangible aspect. You can feel it, but you might not be able to see it. But of course, then we can see now this invisible factor actually has a big contribution to the professional journey, especially this early professional journey. So this is what I am trying to say. So in this case, particularly connectedness factor is a very interesting field, research fields that can be investigated more, because now it's kind of trend to see like the more, the softer aspect of people's lives, people's interactions. So if you are interested, then we might be partners to do the research. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tutyandari, for the enrichment of the previous slides. We are still having a bit of time, like 5 minutes. If any one of you has an interesting question to ask, or just any question that prompts you to think about teachers and professional development, please do ask. Dr. Tutyandari, while waiting for the audience, perhaps Dr. Tutyandari can emphasize from your research, you have so many key terms, which one is actually the most prominent?
Yeah, so in my research, originally actually I'm trying to see the factors that impact on the student's sense of preparedness for teaching. So what I'm presenting to you today is like the whole picture, how this preparedness or feelings of preparedness at the end of the program can be shaped or formed. So originally, I'm only looking at the factors, and the factors are actually the factors that are mentioned in the first and second sections of my presentations. So for example, about belief. About motivation. From my study, what is a very significant component of motivation is altruistic motivation. So some of the participants actually did not think that they were happy with their study in the teacher education because it's not their own choice, or because they were not accepted to in other universities, but they have a very big feeling to the society. They want to contribute to the society. And from my study, actually, this kind of motivation, which is very altruistic, caring for others, is a very significant factor that impact on preparedness for teaching.
Thank you, Dr. Tutyandari. So being prepared is actually closely related to compassionate, Sanata Dharma University. So I think if you do not have any further questions from the audience, let us conclude our first session for this afternoon by giving a loud applause to our speaker, Dr. Tutyandari. Thank you. Thank you, and time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Pak Kons. Thank you, Bundari. Let's give our big virtual applause for Ibundari. All right, so now we are moving on to our last keynote, and this will be delivered by Dr. Rose A. Upor from Dar es Salaam University, Tanzania. And Pak Consilianus will still become the moderator for this keynote speech. Before we start, I would like to welcome Dr. Upor. Welcome to Sanata Dharma, Dr. Upor. Can you hear me clearly? Can you unmute Dr. Upor? Yes, Dr. Upor, can you hear me? Good morning, Dr. Upor. I cannot hear you. I can see you, but I cannot hear you.
Okay.
No, I still cannot hear your voice. Can you take off your headphone? Maybe you can talk with the microphone on your laptop without using the microphone.
What about now? Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Now
That's
you can
much
hear me.
better.
Good.
All right, welcome to Sanata Dharma, Dr. Upor.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning to you. I think it's still morning, is it?
Good morning to you. Actually, good afternoon to you. Mine is good morning.
Yes, good morning to you. Good afternoon for me. All right, so Dr. Upor, you will be moderated by Bapak Consilianus Lausmbato. You can call him Pak Cons. He's here with us right now. And your PowerPoint will be operated by one of our tech members here, okay?
Okay.
All right, so for participants, you can post your questions in the Zoom chat room if you're joining us from Zoom, or in the YouTube comment box if you are joining us from YouTube. The Zoom chat room will be closed temporarily and it will be open 15 minutes before the presentation ends. So, Pak Consilianus, the time is yours. Back to you.
Thank you, Bumita. Good afternoon and good morning to Dr. Upor. Thank you all for being here this afternoon and also this morning in Tanzania. I'm very delighted to introduce you to our very special guest speaker today. She speaks all the way from another part of the world, Tanzania, Africa. As can be seen from her biodata, our speaker has had vast experiences in teaching at the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. In addition, she has held important positions at the university and with the government of Tanzania. Currently, she's actually principal of College of Humanities, senior lecturer at the Department of Foreign Languages and Linguistics. Her areas of specialization is second language acquisition, foreign language learning, classroom-based research, language assessment and testing, and quantitative linguistics. Today, she will be talking about rethinking language teaching and learning in the new era, lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic in Tanzania, where she invites us to rethink our old ways of teaching and to deconstruct the new era of language teaching and learning experiences in response to the impact of COVID-19. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us welcome our special guest speaker this afternoon, Dr. Rose A. Upor. Dr. Upor, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Bato. I hope you can all hear me. Yes, as Dr. Mbato said, that my topic is about rethinking language teaching and learning in the new era, the lessons that you can learn from the COVID-19 pandemic experience that also occurred globally, but also in Tanzania. I have noted from the presentations and the schedule, the program, that a number of esteemed learners, scholars have talked about COVID pandemic experiences, and I was able to attend at least 2 of those, which were really interesting. And I could see a lot of similarities between Tanzania's experience and the experiences that they presented. Thank you, Mbato, for quickly going through to the next slide. That's just a photograph of me. You can see, at least from the video, I don't have enough lighting in this room. So I felt that probably I could put my photograph there and people can pick up how I look like. Probably that was in January 2020, before the COVID pandemic. But right now, you can see what COVID has done to me.
No, you're looking great.
Going to the next slide, which is the introduction. UNESCO reports that this pandemic has caused the largest disruption of education, and there's an estimated 94% of learners worldwide, that's 1.58 billion children and youths whose education has been disrupted because of the pandemic. Drawing examples from sub-Saharan Africa, that is known for its fragility, the education system being fragile, this interruption itself is expected to have a negative impact even on the continuity of learning at home for many of these children and youth. And basically, vulnerabilities have been identified that contribute to this situation. One of them being the lack of a stimulating and enriching educational environment at home, low levels of digitalization in the whole of sub-Saharan Africa, which also leads to very limited access to digital platforms, digital instructional tools, and other technology-assisted formats. Now, regardless, going to the next slide, please. I hope I'm not going very fast. Regardless of this, all governments actually worldwide were committed to and made the national closures a priority for them, but they're also all committed in ensuring that continuity of education goes on regardless. And worldwide research by UNESCO noted that teachers everywhere were all required at least to provide instruction, online delivery of lessons. But of particular interest to this study is how this continuity through technology-assisted formats has made an impact in the teaching and learning here in Tanzania. Now, the objectives of the study, we have two objectives. Basically, the first objective is to investigate language teaching and learning experiences in Tanzania that were prompted in response to the impact of the pandemic. And also, secondly, to examine the receptiveness of this use of technology in Tanzania during the pandemic and what lessons can be learned from it. Now, these objectives have been translated into two research questions. The first research question, can you go to the next slide, please? The first research question is how do students and teachers cope with the language teaching and learning through technology following this shift to technological resources in the context of the pandemic? Now, this research question had three key tasks. The first one was to identify personal use of technology before and also during the pandemic. So at least to explore and see how was the use of technology before, if it increased or decreased, or anything that affected it in between there. The second task was to identify common resources used during the pandemic, and also to determine challenges associated with the use of these resources. So these are the three tasks under the first question. The second question was what learning and teaching resources were available for teachers and learners, and how useful were these resources? There were also two tasks under that question. So the first task was to determine accessibility or availability of teaching and learning resources, and how useful were these resources to the teaching and learning process. The second task was to establish what future prospects are there for the use of technology in language teaching and learning towards the future. Now, the biggest question would be, what technology formats did Tanzania choose? Because we all know that there is an array of technology that can be used to assist the teaching and learning process. Well, Tanzania chose television broadcast and radio broadcast. Nothing about smartphones, nothing about support in different web resources. They only chose two of these formats. And I will tell you in a minute why they chose these formats. Now, what do people say about the new era learning? And I will focus a little bit on television and radio, and then again talk about other formats and see how literature tells us how these formats can be used for the teaching and learning process. Well, several scholars agree that television and radio broadcasts can aid language learning experiences. They're all accredited for vocabulary learning, pronunciation, but also it helps them master skills of listening skills. But not only that, we find that even within the natural situation, listening, BBC says that when you use television and radio in natural situations, well, language occurs with no forced information patterns and all contrived actions. And a very good example of this here in Tanzania, there was this advertisement on TV where a teacher was trying to teach students in a very rural area, remote area, what a computer looks like. And because this person did not have resources of a computer, they ended up drawing a computer, the CPU on the blackboard, and he was explaining it to these young kids what a CPU is. And you could see, a look of surprise, wondering what does a CPU look like. So those are some of the contrived kind of actions that happen with language when you don't have the real learning situation right in front of you. But then again, internet and web resources are increasingly contributing to foreign language learning, as you will see in the next slide. Well, it goes without saying right now that the landscape of language learning and teaching has rapidly and largely changed because we have normalized the use of technology in our daily lives. So some countries, most of the developed countries, was easy for them to pick up on these technologies and use them to improve foreign language teaching and learning. But also for this integration of media in language learning is a necessary step, as we are told, in the acquisition of language skills now that we are living and working in a knowledge society. So if knowledge is available easily and quickly over gadgets, over technologies, then why not shouldn't we learn using that? But then again, if we are going to use mobile devices, we are told that mobile devices can promote vocabulary learning, listening, comprehension, grammar learning, pronunciation, reading, comprehension, and all those forms can be integrated using mobile learning. Now, people can be concerned, for example, here in Tanzania, when it comes to mobile learning, it's a wide regulation, a regulation that cuts across so many secondary schools that students are not allowed to have mobile phones or cell phones on them. It's against the rules. So how then can we harness mobile learning using these gadgets? But all in all, when you look at the use of technology, what it does is actually supports competence development, because students are now learning to use the knowledge that they have. They construct and create structures of meaning, and new information that they get is linked to what the learner already knows and has understood. I am on the next slide. Please go to the next slide. That's where I am. Yes, thank you. So basically, the argument out there is that this technology can help students construct meaning and competence. And Tanzania, we are implementing a competence-based syllabus for all subjects in secondary schools. So what other way than looking at this approach as a way to support learning within our country? But then again, with constructivism, it's not an individualized process. It's a social process where people have to interact with others, share and communicate your ideas with the teachers. But then again, if you look at the diagram, the figure at the left of the slide, you will see that there is a limit of teachers' range of perception of what goes on between the learners and the objects that they will work with or function with. Let us imagine that these objects are actually the gadgets, the technologies. Learners will then construct meaning, and it will be a process for them to learn using these objects. But there is a limit, because the teachers will only be able to set tasks, select topics, provide media if it's there, provide input. But after that, it's the job of the learner to come up with meaning. Going to the next slide. The next slide, please, yes. The Tanzanian context. Now, like other governments, we also closed down schools. The closures impacted pre-primary all the way up to higher learning institutions. While schools on the globe were closed by 16th of February 2020, Tanzanian education system was fully open all the way up to the 14th of March 2020, when it was announced that now lower levels of primary school, secondary school will close down, but higher learning institutions went on at least for some 3 to 5 days. Then a national closure was put into place on the 19th. So the whole education system was locked down. But then later, partial opening happened on the 1st of June for higher learning institutions, and the 29th of June for the whole system to be fully opened. So we here have continued teaching, face-to-face instruction for quite a long time compared to several other countries in the globe. If you go to the next slide, the next slide presents the figure just to show the extent of impact. I would say over 15 million were impacted by the closures, because these figures here do not include figures from technical education, technical institutes, teacher learning institutions, because that data was not readily available. So you can see how it cuts across and the whole country, with higher learning institutions having about 189,000 students, secondary 2 million students, primary 10 million, and pre-primary 1.3 million. Continuity measures, that's the next slide. So the government actually prepared a plan. Remember, initially I mentioned that they chose television broadcast, and they also chose radio broadcast. So they prepared a plan for instruction delivery through the use of the television and radio that was overseen by the Tanzanian Institute of Education. Weekly schedules were set up, and lessons were recorded and aired according to the prescribed schedule. Other technologies were not prescribed by the government, despite private schools opting for complementary means to the government prescribed ones. These programs actually only focused on primary and secondary education. For higher learning education and technical institutions, they were left out to devise their own plans. We tried working at that with the government, and later on it was agreed that we'd rather opt for other solutions. And because we were not prepared, higher learning institutions did not have any online classes across the country. But I want you to note a number of key issues. First thing is that Tanzanians' choice for maintaining continuity weighed heavily actually on the economic feasibility and the wide broadcasting coverage that television and radio offers. Public schools in Tanzania do not have learning management systems, very limited connection to the internet. Only national public schools, now these are the colonial schools and schools that host teacher resource centers, possess a wide range of technologies actually to support teaching and learning. But these technologies are not, cannot provide wide coverage. We're talking about over 4,600 secondary schools in the whole country. Those are public only schools. You're talking about 87 national public schools, and yes, they're all over the country, but they can't afford to share the resources that they have. Structures for the lessons were broadcasted using traditional classroom lesson plans, the competence-based one. Students were involved with the resources actively that were offered to them. They kept following up on TV and on radio. The next slide, please. One thing also to note is that opportunities for evaluation and checking whether the learning objectives were met after these broadcasted lessons was not readily available. I've watched several of these lessons on TV, but they will just end with the teacher saying goodbye and that's it. And most of them apparently were pre-recorded lessons. So there was no way that there would be any interaction of students calling in to ask questions, to request clarification. So because of this, partly, is that web resources, social networking sites, and application became complementary resources that teachers and students sought to enhance the language teaching and learning experience, but also to maintain contact with themselves so as to provide guidance, teachers to provide guidance and clarity where students required such kind of support. Discussions with teachers over networks provided evidence of students' learning experiences of the broadcasted lessons. Now, the methodology of the study, I would like to inform you that this is an ongoing study, actually. Only picked part of the data. So picked up a sample of 40 students, all from one school, and 36 teachers from 2 different schools. The criteria for the students was that they had to be final year students in preparation for the national examination. Usually we have the ordinary level student, the ordinary level secondary education, that's 4 years, and then the advanced level in secondary education, that's 2 years before you join university. So these students were all in the ordinary level secondary education, and they're in the final year, the 4th year, and they're preparing for the exams. They'll start the exams next week. The assumption was that this particular group would be highly engaged watching TV, listening on the radio broadcast because of the stakes that were involved. The language teachers in this particular study are for English and Swahili, because both courses are being taught as subjects, although English has a wider range because English is the language of instruction for all other subjects except for Swahili in secondary school. The instruments used were questionnaires and interviews. We had 2 sets of questionnaires, one for the students and one for the teachers. Procedures for data collection was basically self-report from the participants. Oral directions were granted to them, but then after that we would have reflective interviews to ask them questions for clarification and confirmation of some of the information that they had provided during the questionnaire filling stage. The analysis, we used SPSS. All the questionnaires actually were pre-coded. So what it meant is that a response already had a code attached to it for easy entry into SPSS and for analysis. The student questionnaire had 45 items, 3 items more than the teacher questionnaire, with 205 variables. And when you look at these variables across the students and the entries that they had, we had about 8,200 tokens. The teacher questionnaire had 7,272 tokens. Now, among the items in the questionnaires, we had a 5-point Likert scale item, and all the results were analyzed quantitatively for the quantitative results and qualitative for the interview data. Just a quick reminder of our questions. Can we just move to the next slide? Yes, the results. So I present the results based on the tasks that I had identified earlier on. So the first task was to determine the personal use of technology before and during the COVID-19 pandemic. The study discovered that there was a general increase in the use of technology. Now remember, smartphone was never considered as one of the prescribed government resources to be used. But during our exploration stage, we discovered that students used smartphones and a range of different types of technologies and resources. So the smartphone and the television were used more than other technology resources. There was also a rise in television use due to the government directive. But this rise, the funny thing that this rise was not visible in the use of radio. Actually, with radio, there was a notable decrease. So many students watched TV rather than radio. Teachers also watched programming for checking purposes. They wanted to see the teaching because not all teachers would go on TV. There were a select few teachers that were chosen, and these are the teachers who would go and have their lessons recorded so that the whole country, you know, if you're in Form 4, that's what we call the final year, Form 4, you'll have one physics teacher for the whole country. Now, you don't know where that physics teacher came from, but he has been selected probably by the government on merit and his abilities to teach. And there you have it. So teachers kept watching these lessons and programs just to check the teaching, the content, the style, the tone, and also to pick up on areas that were probably left out so they would do revision. So that's what the teachers told us. But one thing that we also noticed is that there was high student dependence. Students depended on other students, especially for those who had limited to no access to technology. They depended on peer teaching. So they kept asking questions over the network or over smartphones, calling their friends if they would meet up. But they ended up having this sort of peer kind of teaching where students will teach and tell them what they learned over the TV or the radio. The next slide just presents an illustration of the use of these technologies before and after COVID. Just to draw your attention, when you look at the radio before COVID, you would see students listened to the radio, used the radio, for 14% claimed they did. But when it came after COVID, during the COVID period, the number went down to only 4%. And we see a little bit of rise in, in use of the smartphone and television. For the teachers, you can see now they also increased using, following up on radio after, during COVID, when before COVID it was 9%, and when it went to, during COVID it was 26%. So this is basically just an illustration of the findings. The next slide, please. Common resources used before and during the pandemic. Now, it was quickly obvious that students and teachers alike needed to look for alternative methods to maintain continuity. Although 50% initially of the students claimed that that prior to the pandemic, they did not have access or had limited access to technology, this number actually went down. Now, during the pandemic, only 18% had limited to no access to technology. Web resources, social networking sites, and application became a huge alternative resource for learning materials and experiences. The most common one was WhatsApp, Google, and Facebook. Novel resources such as TikTok, word games were indicated to be entertaining just for amusement, but also it happened that students felt that this was one way for learning vocabulary, the word games, but for the TikTok, they claimed that it provided them with native speaker input. I have tried looking at TikTok videos. We did a quick survey in our team to see whether, you can get this speaker input that they're talking about. Well, for some of us, it was difficult to see that. We saw a lot of amusement and entertainment, but very little when it came to native speaker input. The next slide. So the next slide here shows common resources before and during the pandemic. Can we go to the next slide, please? Next slide. Oh, the next slide is challenges. Challenges associated with the use of technology. Yes, thank you. There we are. So we also asked them about the challenges that they faced. Poor network connection was on top of their list. Students also claimed lack of face-to-face support. I would say the shift to technology was a huge shock for many. And they felt that they needed that support, the face-to-face support, for them to be able to understand and discuss more about, their learning situation, interact with others. That was limited to them. So they felt that that was the biggest challenge. But as for teachers, the biggest challenge for them was to purchase, to top up, internet bundles and airtime. That's what we call it here in Tanzania. But yes, again, poor network connection was one of the issues that they also mentioned as a challenge to them. Both groups actually agreed that they had limited skills on how to use technology for teaching and learning purposes. Teachers also cited limited technology being available for language teaching and learning. The next slide shows these challenges. So you can see here, transmission was not an issue, not a very big issue, but when it came to airtime, you can see teachers over there were all the way up there close to 30%, and poor network close to 35% up there. And for students, face-to-face support was a big issue for them as well. Let's go to the next slide, please. Now, we also wanted to know a little bit about the availability and usefulness of language teaching and learning resources. Now, before students went on this long, we call it the long Corona holiday here in Tanzania, they were encouraged to get print formats of textbooks for use during the pandemic to follow up and read up. Unfortunately, most of them said they did not have enough textbooks. And good enough, the Tanzanian Institute of Education made textbooks available online for free for teachers and students alike. So they had this e-library resources set up, an e-library set up. It was available on Play Store for download. It was available on the website, the Tanzanian Institute of Education website, where students could go in and download as much material as they wanted. Teachers were able to download these materials for their students and share with their students over WhatsApp. But then again, there was also a group of school teachers. We discovered that there were notes for subjects, e-notes for subjects, that these teachers had prepared for their own students. Now, these notes were shared across, and we visited a number of schools and discovered that they had the same notes circulating. So teachers would share their notes with other teachers on WhatsApp, and even share with their students as well. The most prominent learning materials, actually, test papers and past papers. Remember that this is a class that was preparing itself for the national examinations that are supposed to begin next week in November. A lot of them kept sharing past papers and test papers and homework for the students to work on. So this was the biggest, I think, by far the largest resource that was being shared online. But students also complained. They complained that they did not have enough, they did not have skills to follow links on smartphones. They did not have enough skills to follow links on smartphones because they felt that whenever they'd follow links, and I think with the complexity of using a smartphone, and if it's not your smartphone, they would always end up losing the link. So they preferred PDF formats of the notes, PDF formats of the test papers, the past papers being sent to them over smartphones. Next slide, please. So we asked them, can you go back? Can you go back to the graph? Yes, thank you. So when you look at this graph here, you'd see that we asked teachers and students what was available, the teaching and learning materials that were available to them, and which of those was useful to them. So you'll see that the test and past papers available to students, 46% said it was available to them, but when it came to usefulness, 48%, the number goes a little bit up, who felt that it was useful to them. Now remember, there are also those who said they had limited or no access. So if they had limited access, then that's where you have the 48 going up a little bit. They also claimed online instruction. Now this, I would say, is a design of their own different type of online instruction that we are probably not used to. What they referred to as online instruction was actually recorded clips of teachers talking, audio recorded clips of teachers talking and explaining or clarifying or confirming issues for students or items that students have come across. So that's what they referred to as online instruction. Now, teachers felt it was useful to them, but students felt it wasn't useful. So I think, again, missing that face-to-face experience was also affecting them here. The next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, WhatsApp and Google became more useful. Now, we were a little bit surprised about Google because Google is a web resource where you just go click in and search whatever that you want, and garbage in, garbage out, whatever information that you need, you can put into Google and you can get it. At least something with, a connection with what you want, what you're searching for on Google. But this is where it becomes even more surprising, because when students felt they're not getting enough support on WhatsApp, or they're not getting enough support in the television broadcast, in the radio broadcast, they decided to go on Google and do the searching themselves. So WhatsApp provided them to this access, but while Google played a key role for checking meaning, supplementary information on topics, and also on grammar. For teachers, WhatsApp was mainly used for communicating, sending learning materials, announcements, and a discussion forum with the students and other teachers from other schools. Next slide. Useful resources, as you can see here, I've all listed them all down here. So WhatsApp, very important for teachers, but not that important for students. You can see there's a mismatch there. Google, very important for students, but not that important for teachers. Facebook, that was at 0 in the beginning, now seems to become a useful resource for students. Now, one thing about Google and Facebook and Instagram is that these web resources and applications offer translation in Swahili. So students, we have an interface of Swahili Google. So students find that they can search for something in Swahili and then get it in English, translate it into English. Or they can search for something in English, and when they don't understand the results, they can have it translated to Swahili. So for them, I think that became a very huge technology assistance to them. Next slide, please. So we asked students which particular areas do they think they benefited the most when it came to using technology. 18% said examination preparation, semantics, that is meaning, to learn meaning, vocabulary. Those are the key areas that they felt they were able to get benefits out of, followed by translation. But in their opinion, pronunciation, practice, grammar and spelling were not favorable areas. They felt that these areas were the most difficult for them, and they still needed face-to-face support from instructors. Well, for the teachers on their side, they felt that vocabulary, examination preparation, language practice, and grammar would be areas for benefit for their students. There's a message here. Okay, sorry. I think I can go on. Now, this also indicates a mismatch between, as I said earlier, between teacher and student expectations, since most of the resources that teachers felt were meaningful resources did not account as meaningful to the students. So you can see that mismatch between WhatsApp, 57% to 30%, online instructions when teacher says it was important to them, but students say it wasn't as helpful as they expected. Next slide, please. This is just an illustration of what I've explained
earlier. You have about
so
2 minutes to conclude, okay. And then later will be Q&A. Sorry for interruption. Thank you.
I can't hear you. Excuse me?
Yes, you have more or less 2 minutes to conclude the presentation, and there will be a Q&A session. Thank you, and sorry for the interruption.
No, it's okay. Can we skip all the way, I think, to the, this is more of the same thing. Okay, can we go to the slide that says rethink discussion? Okay, yes, rethinking. My talk is about rethinking our experiences with technology and how we can use technology for language teaching and language learning. Now, with all these discussions with the students and the data that we collected, observing them and how they use technology, a number of things came up and popped up to us that we felt that this is what should be rethought. First things first, mainstreaming of mobile technology to complement language teaching and learning. In schools in Tanzania, you're not allowed to have a cell phone, you're not allowed to have a smartphone or any type of gadget, be it a tablet, within the school premises, because they look at it as being destructive. But now, with the pandemic and what's going on, we see that a lot of students a lot of students are going back, against, that rule that you're not supposed to have a mobile phone. They use the mobile phone to get knowledge. So I think it's important to think of ways of mainstreaming mobile technology. The second thing is the adoption of web resources to increase native speaker experience for EFL learners. However, these web resources must meet the criteria of being adequate for learning. As I mentioned earlier, we were surprised learners talked about Instagram, talked about TikTok, Snapchat. These are basically entertainment resources, but we were surprised that for them it was a learning experience. And what really caught our eye was that they're now having an opportunity to listen to native speaker input. Instead of depending on television programming for that, now they have this information on their hands, in their hands, and they're able to use it, and they're able to pick up pronunciation, they're able to pick up vocabulary and things like that. So we think that it's important that, yes, let there be web resources, but let them meet the criteria of being adequate for learning. The third thing that we think is important for rethinking is creation of structures. We have to create structures that can support competence development, student learning autonomy, and interaction. In some of the slides that I've skipped, I talked about student autonomy. We discovered that our students did not have that ability to work on their own, and that's why they felt that not having face-to-face instruction was a huge problem for them. They would ask each other, and because of the pandemic, they weren't able to visit one another, so they depended on technology to do that. But what structures can we put into place to support that and make sure that our learners become independent? Our learners are able to interact. Our learners are able to share ideas over technology. So that's also an important thing for us to look into and rethink the way in which we prepare our learners to learn foreign languages. The last slide, yes. Now, in my talk, you may have noticed that I've talked a lot about experiences based on EFL, that is English as a foreign language learning. Now, the thing about this is that with Swahili, there is that assumption that we are native speakers of Swahili. Swahili is a subject. Why then do we need support for Swahili? So for them, Swahili was mainly just to share notes, talk about discuss, provide direction, but not necessarily looking for materials online to learn Swahili. For them, English was paramount, that they have to look for materials online, web resources to learn English. So in Tanzania, what I would say is that we are actually witnessing SNS, web resources and application becoming a huge resource for students learning English, but also as a support for Swahili language teaching and learning. And it's important as educators to create spaces and opportunities for students to learn language and also to engage in cultural information that may enrich their learning experience. Tanzania, we are in the infant stages, I would say, because now that if we have textbooks online, I think the next step is to have web resources put in order and all this access being afforded to each and every Tanzanian. If we're able to do that with television, broadcasting and radio broadcasting, then I think we're on the right path of having all these other technologies mainstreamed as well. Please note that this study is just, an initial step of understanding the integration of technology, especially in a developing country that has not been well prepared for e-learning. And yet again, we see that all the key players have this resolve for progress and are also seeking creative ways of engaging. More research is needed to further establish how structured format for technology-assisted learning can be attained in Tanzania. With that, I would like to say thank you. Asante sana, shukran.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rose Upor. A very inspiring presentation. Let us give her a loud applause, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Dr. Upor, you have got some questions in the chat room section. I'd like to read the questions for you. So I'm finding a little bit trouble with this, when I'm using it, and then it just pops up to my eyes, and I couldn't see it clearly. So the first question is from Susilowati from Sampurna University, Jakarta. Thank you for this insightful presentation, Dr. Upor. Could you share more on how to develop learners' autonomy in relation to constructivism approach? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Should I respond right now or after a few questions?
Yes. Right now, because you might have too many questions at once, so one by one, and then proceed to the next questions. Thank you.
Okay. Can you repeat the question? How should learners develop autonomy?
How to develop learners' autonomy using constructivism approach. I think using constructivism. Thank you.
Yes. This is the second part of our study, to see how learners can develop their own autonomy after realizing that they are struggling. Actually, they're really struggling. You give them an assignment, you give them information online, but the best way for developing autonomy for learners, I would say, is that if we are going to have a flipped classroom, where you have the teachers at least teach a topic, introduce the topic, explain key issues about that topic, and after that, have the students go online. If it's going to be a web resource that they're supposed to work with on their own, they should at least have an ability to be able to link what they were taught or they understood, or link their experiences. Now, one of these, especially in places like us here in Africa, where you'd see that we have adopted a lot of the information that we teach and learn from, that's Eurocentric, may I say that, please? We here tend to ensure that in language teaching classrooms that we provide examples and input to students that is cultural, that they can relate to and are able to create or construct meaning out of it. So that's one of the essence. Make sure that they have input enough that supports them when it comes to working on their own and coming up with their own ideas and experiences to interact with other students as well.
Thank you, Dr. Upor. The next question comes from Christian Wijaya from Sanata Dharma University, a postgraduate student. What are the specific constructivist learning assessment did you harness to measure students' overall learning performances and achievements? So, can I repeat? What are the specific constructivist learning assessment did you use to measure students' overall learning performances and achievements? Thank you.
Okay, we are now doing a pilot. We are now doing a pilot on learning assessment to see what they have learned. Now, we are in the infant stages. If I may explain this a little bit more, we are in the infant stages where we have compiled all the lessons that were taught online for different classes. Right now, we cannot test the Form 4 students. We are going to test Form 3, Form 2, and Form 1 students based on the topics that they were taught on TV and on radio, to check, to give them a test and see whether they were able to learn from it. And once we get those grades, we'll rate all the papers. Once we have rated the papers, we're going to do a quantitative analysis to assess learning and see whether there's been an increase from where they were and where they are. One of the major complaints that students had was that the teachers who went online assumed that students would have not covered a particular aspect of the syllabus. Now remember, this is just a teacher from a different school. You don't know their pace, but what they did is that they just picked up topics from the syllabus from where they themselves had reached and taught students across the country. Now there are students who had already covered that and they were dismayed that why are we repeating the same topic? In one of the slides I've mentioned that there were complaints that they were not teaching new topics. They were teaching old ones that they had already covered. So we are also working on that. And I think probably in the following 2 weeks, we'll be able to share and see whether learning has been achieved. We intend to use criterion-based assessment, set of criteria of items, and see how students have achieved learning during the pandemic.
Thank you, Dr. Upor. The next question comes from Dr. Oda Tedaena from Sanata Dharma University. He asked, there is a big gap in Indonesia of facilities and internet connections between cities and rural areas. Students, parents, and teachers are not ready to study or teach in remote teaching or learning modality. I'm from the English Education Study Program, okay? We are teaching pre-service teachers. What are your insights on the preparation of teachers in the post-pandemic time? So he's actually asking about the preparation for teachers, not during, but in the post-pandemic time. In other words, how should the curriculum of English Education Study Program be redefined? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yesterday, this is a very good question. Yesterday, I was approached by the director of the Tanzanian Institute of Education when I mentioned to her that when she saw the post actually and asked me what am I going to present, and I said, well, I'm going to talk about rethinking language teaching and learning with lessons from the COVID pandemic. And she was particularly interested with the fact that I am doing something of this kind. But the thing that I would probably suggest, especially in cases where you have teacher training institutions, I think it's now high time to prepare these teacher training institutions, universities that offer teacher training programs, to have them learn a little bit of technology. That is important. But first of all, I think the most important thing is to come up with a standard. What we are seeing here in Tanzania and what we are experiencing when you look at private and public schools when it comes to the issue of technology are falling behind private schools. So, and teachers who are in public schools complain or claim that they have no access to technology or have limited skills when it comes to technology. So I think the first things first is to come up with a standard. What is the standard for technology that you'd want any teacher who is going to teach in class post-pandemic? What type of technology skills do you require that teacher to possess? What is the standard? 2, how are we prepared as institutions? How are we prepared to have teachers go out and use this technology, harness this technology, teach students, and ensure that students get an experience of at least 70% learning assessment out of this? How would we prepare them to do that? That's the second thing we have to look at. But the third thing is that we have syllabus that we are at the moment here in Tanzania are reviewing, and we have reviewed several of the syllabi. We are left probably with about 4 or 5 to complete. As just because of the pandemic, we have not been able to do that. When we review our syllabus, I would suggest, and I think it's an important key point, is to include the aspect of technology, not technology as a name, but technology where you have actual teachers use this technology and resources to teach. Tanzania has worked very hard in ensuring we have teacher resource centers scattered all around the country. In every ward, I wouldn't know how big a ward would be in Indonesia, but for us here, we have a standard for wards. wards have to have at least 3 primary schools and 2 secondary schools. That means from these 3 primary schools, the students from these schools will go and join the 2 secondary schools there, and one of those secondary schools has to have at least up to an A-level standard. In that way, you'll have students not moving far distance along to seek support. Now, if each ward has a teacher resource center that is filled with technology resources, then it would be one way for us on our side, one way of reaching each and every student. But where we find it difficult is that we do not have all these teacher resource centers across the country. Yes, we have many, but one resource center is shared with about 3 to 4, 5 wards. So in a district, you might have up to 5 resource centers that are not enough and cannot cater for the whole district. So these are the things that I think should go hand in hand. The infrastructure should be put into place to support teachers in training, but also the academic side of it should also be looked into carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. You have one more question. I think 2 more. The next question is from Lambert, RDB Lambert, University of Cendrawasih, the most eastern part of Indonesia. Hi, doctor. Are there any professional trainings for teachers, particularly to cope with remote learning? Concerning the result of your study that face-to-face learning is the most missing for the students. So how are there any training for teachers to cope with this, the fact that students miss face-to-face interactions? Are there any? If there are, how do they affect EFL development? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have to lean down so that I can hear clearly. Yes. Thank you very much for this question. The answer is no. The only resource that is available for remote training is the radio. In the 70s, we had programs for teachers, we had programs for students. Towards the 80s and 90s, the programs for teachers lost popularity, so they have not been maintained. One of the questions that the Ministry of Education has been working on after this pandemic is there still a need to have programs, radio programs suited just for teachers? Because if you look even from my study, you'll notice that teachers now, they themselves were interested in listening in on what was being taught to their students by other teachers. Yes, it was for checking, but I think it also creates this space and it also creates a need for them to also have that ability for remote learning and teaching. So we do not have any apart from the radio that's only focused on students and not on teachers.
Thank you. You have 2 more questions from Ibu Truli, Sanata Dharma University. Thank you for the presentation. I also think that for students, downloadable documents are easier to use. I wonder what we should do to foster the student-teacher or student-student interactions during online learning.
Can you repeat that? The first part, I did not hear the first part.
I also think that for students, downloadable documents are easier to use. Now, what should we do to foster the student-teacher and student-student interactions during online learning? Now that students, perhaps easier if you use downloadable materials, but then on the other hand, how can we foster interactions between teachers and students? Thank you.
Thank you. When you go through the literature, you will notice that experience has shown that online classrooms are suffering when it comes to didactics, when it comes to pedagogy. Online classrooms are suffering. There are challenges of maintaining contact with students online. Now, how can we do that in this case? Now, for Tanzania, we do not have a learning management system that is easy to use to track students, to follow up on discussions, to answer questions and respond and interact. One of the things that we have at university level is that we have these learning management systems. But even for us at the university, for example, the University of Dar es Salaam, it was difficult for us to have it in place, to use it to teach during the pandemic, because not all teachers had prepared online content. So we spent over a month or so just working on online content, teaching, training our own lecturers, training professors to to put up their online content, and it was a struggle. So in the first 2 months, we then realized it's something that we cannot do. Lucky for us is that when the president said we have to open schools on the 1st of June, everything went back to normal. We had the training done. Nobody has gone back, unfortunately, onto the online systems. So I think it's either one or two. One, if the course is an online course, then students are required by regulation to make sure that they attend the classes. And there are ways of managing that, especially if you have a learning management system that checks their attendance, that checks their participation. That's one. But when you do not have this system into place, I think the burden falls on the shoulders of the instructor, because now imagine you're using WhatsApp. You send out a document. As an instructor, you'd want to follow up with your students to see whether they have attended, they have downloaded. Now with WhatsApp, there are features to check. How do you have the resources? Let's say the airtime, do you have the bundle, the internet bundle to check up on your students? So this itself becomes a challenge that it's a question that we will continue looking for ways of responding to it. But I would say the best answer to this is to have a learning management system for this particular, for cases like this. And from this point onwards, if we would have one for all our secondary schools, I'm very sure that we would have succeeded very well.
Thank you. Similar to the previous question is a question from Bu Ika, Sanata Dharma University. You mentioned teacher resources centers. What does the center do to support teachers during the pandemic? Because we also in Indonesia have a lot of teacher centers, but we would like to learn from you what's happening there in your country. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. If you had an opportunity to read my bio data, there's a point where I mentioned that I was the national coordinator for secondary education development program. And I was honored actually to be engaged in this, because one of my duties was to ensure that we had constructed 181 teacher resource centers across the country, make sure that we had fitted technology in all of these teachers resource centers across the country. And we did that. We provided them with computers, we provided them with multimedia facilities, we provided them with television sets, we provided them with satellite gadgets for, we have satellite TV here, so we also provided them with that. We provided them with Blackboard, and we provided them with internet. Now, unfortunately, it's about 3-4 years I've not been in within the project, because I came back to the University of Dar es Salaam. What the Teachers Resource Centers does is this. We normally have teacher training, in-service teacher training, that's done at a national level. And we always make sure that we train trainers of teachers, TOTs. So we prepare these trainers of teachers, and they're already identified across the country. They come and attend a national training workshop or seminar for 2 weeks. And with that workshop and seminar completed, they are then required to go back to the teacher resource centers and do the same training that they received, give out the same training that they received at the national centers. Now, the Teachers Resource Centers also act as libraries. They have books, they're fitted with books. So with that, what they usually do is that we have these Teachers Resource Centers handled and taken care of by a member of staff who will always ensure that the district management is informed, the district education office is informed, the municipal education office is informed. So these teachers come into the teacher resource centers to get this knowledge, to learn what has been learned at the national level. So it's more like we have staggered the process. You begin with the national training, you go to district training, you go up toward training, and at the end of the day, you have a total of 10,000 language teachers receiving the same type of training across the country in a period of at least 1 month.
Thank you, Dr. Upor. A big note of thank you from Dr. Oda for raising the issue of using radio, because Dr. Oda thinks that this is something that we have to do in Indonesia, but also from Pak Edi Santoso about the use of television. Personally, I'm actually very happy to moderate this talk because you have shared with us a lot of useful data information. I'm sure that all the participants are enjoying your talk, but we have a time limitation, time constraint. Unfortunately, we have to end this session. However, I believe that because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we are now more ready to collaborate, so time and space shouldn't be a barrier like what's happening today, where we can have a keynote speaker from another part of the world, from another continent. I think that in the future, we can have more collaboration. So on behalf of the committee, I'd like to say a big thank you again for your participation, for your insightful talk. We have learned from you. Thank you so much. Let us give a loud applause.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Caecilia Lasmato, Dr. Upor, and also Dr. Caecilia Tutyandari. Let's give them a big virtual applause. All right, before I close the conference, let's have picture time. How many times do we need to smile? 5 times. Okay, so please bear with me. Oh, wait, not 5. 4 times? Okay, so we will need to smile for 4 times. So everyone, please open your camera, turn on your camera, and look at your camera. So I will count. 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3, LLTC.
LLTC.
1, 2, 3, LLTC.
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 All done? All right, thank you so much for your cooperation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this wraps up our 2-day conference. Remember to click your exit ticket day 2 link provided in the Zoom chat room and the YouTube comment box. The link can also be seen on your screen if it's already there. All right, now the e-certificate will be sent to you to your email during the 10 to 15 working days. And the keynote speaker's PowerPoints will be available at the link seen on your screen, or you can click the link provided in the Zoom chat room and the YouTube comment box. Dr. Peter Sayer's PowerPoints is still on progress because he needs to reduce the file because it's too large to be sent. Then later on, you can check out and go to the link if you have time. You can also access the recorded plenary sessions in our PBI USD YouTube channel and go straight to the playlist section. You will see a lot of your the presentations, the parallel presentations there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special gift for one person who has been very active in Zoom. So we would like to give a token of appreciation to the most active Zoom participant, and the winner is Bapak RDB Rambet from Universitas Cendrawasih. So let's give a virtual applause to Bapak Rambet. Bapak, please contact the help desk in the Zoom chat room for further information. That is what you will receive, books written by us, lecturers from English Education Study Program at Sanata Dharma University. We hope that these books will be very useful for you and for your students. All right, now, respected keynote speakers, presenters, participants in Zoom, and viewers on YouTube, on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank you so much for your support and participation throughout the 7th International Language and Language Teaching Conference hosted by the English Language Education Study Program at Sanata Dharma University. Thank you for staying with us for the past few days. Your presence and support means a lot to us. Stay well, stay healthy, stay sane, and follow the health protocol. We hope to see you again in our 8th International Language and Language Teaching Conference 2021. Take care. Sampai jumpa.